Chapter 4768. At this moment, the eastern part of the 8th floor was where most of the gods had gathered. This was because there was a gigantic temple here. It was majestic with 18 ancient stone pillars erected. Each pillar was incomparably large. Although many of them had cracks, it didn't stop people from staring inside the temple. The temple was hundreds of meters wide, and several stone tablets could be seen inside. Stone tablets. This was also the reason why the deities' gazes were burning and their emotions were stirred up. Those stone tablets might have records of the world will hosts, and that was why they were here. All the gods in the Chaos Realm wanted to know who the 8th world will host was. This was because most of the gods had experienced reincarnation and were once killed by the world will. Thus, they were very curious as to who the next host body of the world will would be. It was said that the later the host body of the world will appeared, the greater its potential, and it could change an era. Moreover, if they knew who the world will host was, they would receive endless rewards. Finally found it. But there's a 5-colored light screen outside the temple, preventing us from entering. Perhaps only a high god has the power to open it. The will of shock hasn't appeared yet. We have to get the tablet and leave. I heard that the poison ants have appeared. Damn it, the longer we wait, the more troublesome it will be. But a minor god went in before, so strange. The gods in the surroundings were discussing spiritedly. Several figures were standing in front of the temple. It was Wuxia and Xianxia. At this moment, their faces were filled with anxiety. This was because more and more gods were gathering around them. If they waited for the high gods to show up, things would become troublesome. But what made them helpless was that the giant ghost had already entered the temple. They knew about the giant ghost's origin. It was the other side of the 8 gods, so it was normal for it to be able to enter the temple. But couldn't it come out sooner? I'm coming out. At this moment, a figure flickered out of the 5-colored light curtain behind them and slowly arrived in front of Xianxia and the others. A terrifying aura silently spread out. The giant ghost seemed to have turned into a stone statue, and its skin became incomparably gray. The giant ghost had a fiendish appearance to begin with, like a yaksha. Now that it had turned into a stone statue, it gave people the feeling that it was an evil ghost. What a powerful aura. Could it be that the giant ghost has reached the level of a high god? Xianxia's eyes widened in disbelief. Before entering the divine temple, the giant ghost only had the strength of an early-stage mid-god. Now that he had come out, his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Xianxia had been to the primal chaos realm before, but this was the first time he had seen a god with such a huge increase in strength. Even Lin Ling did not have this kind of progress. Giant ghost. Treasure god Wuxia also looked at the giant ghost in shock. The giant ghost nodded, and the terrifying aura around its body disappeared. It returned to its original appearance, no longer like a rock. We can't leave. We have to stop anyone from entering the temple. The giant ghost looked at the gods around it and said, "What?" Xianxia and treasure god Wuxia were dumbfounded. They also saw that the surrounding gods wanted nothing more than to enter the temple. Moreover, they had also come for the stone tablet recorded by the will of the world. How could they be stopped from entering? Moreover, this was too domineering. Why? Xianxia frowned. Treasure god Wuxia thought for a moment, then suddenly said, "Giant ghost, do you know who the host of the 8th will of the world is?" The giant ghost's eyes continued to flicker, as if it felt that this matter was of great importance, but it still nodded in the end. "I already know. That's why I have to stop them." "I see. But with just the 3 of us, I'm afraid it will be very difficult." Xianxia was confused, but he trusted the giant ghost, so he decided to help. Although the temple is empty, the only way to enter is through this path in front of us. Moreover, I can sense that the will of shock is on its way. Most importantly, the poison ant is also coming. This means that we only need to hold on for a while, and then this place will become a forbidden area. Once it gets closer, these gods will have to leave, said the giant ghost. Although I don't know why you have to stop them, we are all from Lei Gong's palace. We will definitely support your decision. I'm afraid it will be a tough battle, but Lord Linling is also on his way. Perhaps everything will turn for the better. Xingyi and Treasure God Nanwufenyu both said. Lord Linling? The giant ghost's eyes suddenly looked into the distance, a strange emotion flickering in them. However, he was even more determined to defend the temple. Hey, you're the first to enter the temple. What's on the stone tablet inside? Also, who is the host of the 8th will of the world? At this moment, all the gods were looking at the giant ghost's group, and one of them asked coldly. They hadn't realized that the giant ghost had already reached the strength of a high god. They were just curious that a minor god could enter the temple. This was too strange. But it was also good. If they could find out what was on the stone tablet from this minor god, they wouldn't have to waste time here. After all, they knew that the longer they stayed here, the more dangerous it would be. It's them. However, not all the gods dared to underestimate the giant ghost group. Some came from the primal chaos realm and had seen Lin Ling kill a high god. They knew that these minor gods weren't weak. I didn't see them. The giant ghost immediately said. Treasure God Nanwufenyu sighed. What they needed to do now was stall for time, so they had to find some excuses to deal with this matter. They had to stall for as long as possible. But who knew that the giant ghost wasn't cunning enough and actually said that he didn't see them? Everyone had seen him enter the temple, but he said that he didn't know. Wasn't this provoking the gods? Alright, do you think we're blind? If you don't say it, then don't blame me for being impolite. As expected, the gods were furious. Although the gods who knew about Lin Ling were somewhat apprehensive, they were already very close to their goal, so they decided to attack the giant ghost's group. Most importantly, although Lin Ling was terrifying, the giant ghost's group was nothing to worry about. I don't know how powerful your impoliteness is, so I'll have to trouble you to explain. The giant ghost said coldly. After becoming a high god, he had an innate disdain for mid-gods. Of course, his words had also caused the situation to reach a climax. A great battle was about to break out. Xingyi and Treasure God Nanwufenyu looked at each other and sighed. The giant ghost's personality was like this. He had a fiery temper and an evil spirit. He didn't know how to beat around the bush. Chapter 4769. Grandpa Treasure God, I'll have to trouble you. Xingyi immediately said to Treasure God Nanwufenyu, stopping the giant ghost from attacking. If the giant ghost attacked, the other gods would attack as well. After all, their goal was to stall for time. All right. Treasure God Nanwufenyu floated out, unleashing the power of wind and rain. He was an early-stage mid-god, but his realm was stable. His divine energy was also extremely powerful. For a moment, it was hard to tell who would win. Treasure God Nanwufenyu could be proud that his opponent was a late-stage mid-god. Something's not right. These people aren't that weak. Why would they let such a weak old man fight? The gods from the primal chaos realm frowned. They had seen Xingyi's strength and knew that he was the most terrifying. Who knows how long it'll take for two weak gods to fight? Let's do it. They spoke one after another. Without hesitation, gods flew out from their side and grabbed Treasure God Nanwufenyu. In their eyes, it wasn't a bad idea to take Treasure God Nanwufenyu hostage. After all, they didn't want to stay here for too long. It's my turn. Xingyi cursed inwardly. He didn't expect the delay to be so short. Then, he activated the Donghuang Bell and attacked the gods that pounced at him. As soon as the Donghuang Bell appeared, the sky changed color. The gods from the Dao Tower finally knew how powerful Xingyi was. The Donghuang Tai clan. Heavens, a great treasure, a great treasure. It's the most powerful chaos divine artifact. Such a treasure is in the hands of a mid-god. Damn it. Not only were the gods shocked, but they also licked their lips. They wanted nothing more than to take the treasure for themselves. Of course, they also knew that such a great treasure was difficult to control without bloodline power. Although they were envious, they didn't dare to act rashly. For a junior like you to control the Donghuang Bell, you're an embarrassment to the era god. An old man floated up and activated his divine bell to clash with the Donghuang Bell. You overestimate yourself. Xingyi sneered. He pointed two fingers at the sky and controlled the Donghuang Bell to clash with the divine bell. Don't. A deafening sound was heard. Under the impact of the Donghuang bell, the old man's divine bell immediately shattered, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. As a late-stage mid-god, he was confident that he could defeat Xingyi. But after clashing with Xingyi, he realized that the Donghuang bell was the most powerful chaos divine artifact. Only the gods from the primal chaos realm knew that late-stage mid-gods were no match for Xingyi, unless they used numbers to overwhelm him. Everyone, let's work together. After all, the longer we stay here, the more danger we'll be in. If the poison diagram ants come, I'm afraid none of us will be able to escape. A skinny god shouted. After exchanging glances, the deities attacked again. Treasure God Grandpa. Seeing that everyone was working together, Xingyi immediately shouted and summoned Nanwo from you back. He then activated the Eastern Emperor Bell and it descended from the sky, enveloping the three of them. The current Xingyi was no longer the same as before. Ever since his defeat in the valley, his strength had greatly increased. Although Han Shuo wasn't 100% sure that he could win against late-stage mid-gods, he could still defend against their attacks for a short period of time. Rumble. The Donghuang bell smashed down. It was as huge as a mountain, and its entire body was like crystal. All the attacks that landed on the bell actually bounced back. On top of the Donghuang bell, a door slowly opened. It was the door to the heavenly realm, and all the attacks were sucked into the door. Damn it. The deities were stunned, and they cursed angrily. The 10 great chaos divine artifacts were too powerful. One must know that if this bell was in the hands of a high god, they would be invincible among the high gods. Everyone, give it your all. The deities didn't believe it, and all of them unleashed their divine energy to attack the Donghuang bell. This attracted the attention of countless wills of shock. But now that things had come to this, the deities couldn't care less. These deities from the 9 prefectures void are truly terrifying. First, there was Lin Ling who killed a high god, and now there's the Donghuang bell, invincible among late-stage mid-gods. TSK, where did they come from? The deities from the primal chaos realm exclaimed in shock. Donghuang bell. But at this moment, a white divine armor warship glided over the ground. It looked huge, but it was extremely agile. It was like a fish among a million mountains, and finally, it crashed into the Donghuang bell. Crack, crack. Cracks appeared on the Donghuang bell, and Saint Yi and the others inside the bell were shocked. A huge divine ship appeared in front of them. There was an ancient sail on it, and the word, Chang Yuan, was embroidered on it. This was Governor Chang Yuan, an expert from the Dao Tower. He was also one of the high gods. I didn't expect that in this trip to the 8 gods' celestial palace, apart from the high gods, the rest of you would be so strong. On the divine armor warship, Governor Chang Yuan was wearing battle armor and holding a huge sword. He looked majestic, and around him, the void cracked and turned into solid cracks. It was a terrifying sight. Then he suddenly leaped up, controlled the huge divine ship, and crashed into the Donghuang bell again. This divine ship was a 9th grade chaos divine artifact. It had accompanied Governor Chang Yuan for many years, and it was extremely famous in the Dao Tower. Not good. Saint Yi was still weak against a high god. Let me do it, the giant ghost said to Saint Yi. Saint Yi nodded, raised the Donghuang bell, and let the giant ghost fight. The giant ghost walked out step by step. He didn't seem to be walking fast, but he was like an evil spirit descending. All the gods who stared at him were frightened, and they felt a sense of fear. As the giant ghost walked, his body quietly turned into a rock, becoming incomparably hard. He punched out with all his might. Rumble. The gigantic white-armored divine ship was forged from rare treasures and was protected by a large number of enchantments. However, under the giant ghost's fist, the white divine ship cracked and then exploded. One punch to destroy the ship. At this moment, all the gods sucked in a breath of cold air. A high god. Governor Chang Yuan's pupils constricted. Before entering the 8 gods' celestial palace, he had only seen a few high gods, and he had never seen such an evil spirit. Could it be that this rock-like yaksha had broken through after entering the 8 gods' celestial palace? One must know that breaking through to become a high god was a matter of great importance, and it also depended on luck. After so many years, only 1 out of 10 million gods had a chance of recovering such strength. But this Yaksha in front of them had become a high god in the blink of an eye. It was unbelievable. "I'll fight you." Governor Chang Yuan gripped his huge sword, disappeared, and reappeared above the giant ghost's head, and slashed down. Divine light shot out as if splitting the universe. Chapter 4770. Rumble. The fist and the broadsword collided, and a terrifying storm surged out. All the gods were blown off their feet. The collision of the power of gods between higher gods was too terrifying. Bang, bang, bang. Governor Chang and the giant ghost were soon entangled again. They fought from the sky to the ground, and from the ground to the sky. The nearby mountains were all destroyed by them. Some of the wills of shock that came from afar were also affected by the power and were forcibly wiped out. The two of them were the first gods on the 8th level who dared to fight with such fanfare. This also caused more wills of shock to arrive. What happened? In addition, this great battle had attracted the attention of several higher gods. When they saw the giant ghost, they were all shocked. They couldn't understand where this higher god had come from and how he was so strong. "Night God, these people are blocking us and not letting us enter the temple." Seeing that all the higher gods had arrived, someone immediately said, "Nonsense." The higher god called Night God shouted angrily and looked into the distance. He saw that countless wills of shock had arrived and surrounded them. Of course, these wills of shock had consciousness, so they didn't attack. Instead, they watched the gods fight among themselves. "This higher god, why are you blocking us? Don't you know that the purpose of our trip is to obtain the stone tablet that the world's consciousness is residing in?" Beside Night God, an old man said coldly. He was one of the higher gods and came from the chaotic realm. Therefore, he knew that the giant ghost and the others weren't weak. However, Lin Ling, who had killed King Song, wasn't here now. "Where's your leader, Lin Ling?" The old man asked again. "Lin Ling, they're Lin Ling's men?" Someone among the crowd immediately shouted angrily. Upon closer inspection, it was Knight Bumo. Knight Bumo had almost lost his life when he was surrounded by wills of shock. He naturally hated Lin Ling to the core. However, he didn't expect that these people were Lin Ling's men. "Of course, you guys came late, and we were already in the void of the 9 prefectures, so we are very sure that they are all Lin Ling's people." The old man said suspiciously. "Good, it's Lin Ling's people who are the best. In my opinion, they must be plotting something to stop the temple. We should kill them all." Yi Bumo said coldly. "I don't think that's a good idea. After all, they are gods on our side. If we kill them, wouldn't that be letting the will of shock off?" The old man frowned. In truth, he didn't care about the lives of the giant ghost and the others. The main thing was that there were more and more shocking wills. With one more battle force, it would be safer to leave this place. "Senior, this devil-like fellow has already entered the temple. He probably already knows the whereabouts of the host body of the world's will. Now that he's stopping us, he wants to take the reward for himself." Suddenly, a voice came from the crowd, causing Yi Bumo and the others' expressions to change drastically. "That's right. Moreover, this temple has a 5-colored light. Ordinary people can't enter at all. Only he can. I'm afraid he has some secrets on him," someone else said. At this moment, several superior gods stared at the giant ghost. The giant ghost knew too many secrets. Only by capturing him could they obtain these secrets. "You guys go and capture those two. If they resist, just kill them. Everyone, let's work together to capture this evil ghost." The old man from before immediately arranged, and everyone nodded. Then, they didn't waste any more time and attacked the giant ghost and the others. I didn't expect that the delay would be so short. Seeing the gods attack, Saint Guy frowned. Now, they had only attracted the will of shock. They were still missing the poisonous ants. That's not right. I remember that Lin Ling was very close to us. He should have arrived before the will of shock." Suddenly, treasure god Nanwa Fengyu seemed to have thought of something. He quickly checked his communication jade talisman and was overjoyed because he saw that Lin Ling was near them. Lin Ling is here. Treasure god Nan Wufengyu shouted loudly. Lin Ling is here? The giant ghost and Xianxia were overjoyed. Lin Ling was the lord above them and the strongest in Lei Gong's hall. They had always had blind confidence in Lin Ling. Lin Ling is here? The other high gods were similarly stunned, especially the superior gods from the primal chaos realm. They knew that Lin Ling could kill a superior god. Knight Bumo laughed wildly. "Huh, you actually took the initiative to deliver yourself to me. You were all frightened by Lin Ling before. Not long ago, I chased after Lin Ling and he used a seedling to deal with me. But he only has one of that treasure. I am certain of this." Really? The eyes of all the high gods lit up. They were naturally afraid of Lin Ling's seedlings. Without those seedlings, Lin Ling was nothing. Lin Ling, get out here. If you don't come out, I'll kill all of your people. Knight Bumo looked around, wanting to find Lin Ling in the distant will of astonishment. With that, he waved his arm and called for the intermediate gods to kill Xianxia and the others. He didn't believe that Lin Ling wouldn't show up after Xianxia and the others died. With so many superior gods supporting them, the other gods had nothing to fear. They all used their methods to kill Xianxia and treasure god Nan Wufengyu. As for the giant ghost, it was currently being blocked by Governor Chang Yuan and another high god. Knight Bumo, are you in such a hurry to die? But at this time, Lin Ling's voice finally floated over, shocking the world into silence. From the will of astonishment, a dozen figures slowly walked over, forcibly breaking through the will of astonishment's encirclement. The one in the lead was Lin Ling. Who is this person? Even the wills of astonishment were shocked. This was because they hadn't sensed this person's arrival. Moreover, when this person walked past them, they felt a sense of invincibility. Die for me. Lin Ling's footsteps weren't fast. He lightly struck out with his palm. Terrifying divine energy mixed with his physical strength turned into a palm like a storm, ruthlessly slamming into the ground. Rumble. The intermediate gods pouncing on Xianxia and the others were all sent flying. Some of the slower ones were directly smashed to death. Killing gods like slaughtering chickens. After reaching late-stage intermediate god, Lin Ling's strength had increased tenfold. The current him could rely on his own strength to fight superior gods. If he used his trump cards, even early-stage superior gods would be like clay chickens. Whether it was the Dao Pagoda or the primal chaos realm, Lin Ling had the strength to stir up a storm. The other gods were shocked. Chapter 4771. Lin Ling. At this moment, all the gods looked up at Lin Ling. All the gods from the primal chaos realm knew who Lin Ling was. However, this was the first time the gods from the Dao Tower had seen Lin Ling. They never expected Lin Ling to be so strong. A late-stage mid-god killed all the gods of the same realm. Someone growled, "This can't be real." The gods from the Dao Tower couldn't believe it, and hesitation appeared in their hearts. Looking at the strongest higher gods, they looked at each other with shock in their eyes. This was especially true for the gods from the Dao Tower like Governor Chang'an. The shock in their hearts was even stronger. Go test him. He should have used his ultimate divine ability before. After all, a late-stage mid-god can't be so powerful. Night God suddenly said to some gods. Okay. Many gods nodded. They also didn't believe that Lin Ling was so strong. Friends, let's do it. They looked at the mid-gods, but the gods from the chaos realm remained silent. In fact, they didn't believe it either, but they were very afraid of Lin Ling. Trash. Seeing these gods hesitate, the others scolded with disdain. They had more people, so why should they fear Lin Ling? Lin Ling, come, let's see what you've got. A god floated out, and the deafening cry of a phoenix resounded. A black phoenix appeared in the sky and kept churning, bringing with it a sky full of black flames that illuminated the world. An 8th-grade divine fetus. Come. Lin Ling first looked at Pure Maiden by Shui and the others and told them to go to Xianxia and the others. Then he stepped forward. At this moment, his blue robe quietly changed and turned gray. This gray color not only turned his robe gray, but also his skin. It was like the ashes of nirvana. This was the third stage of innate talent fusion. Rumble. Lin Ling punched out, and the sound was like the destruction of the world, tearing the universe apart. What seemed like an ordinary punch suddenly began to expand like a shooting star, like a meteor, like a huge universe crashing down. What a powerful force! In the distance, the will of shock was shocked. It was unbelievable. He was merely a late-stage mid-god. How could he explode with such power? Pung ping pung. When this fist smashed down, heaven and earth changed color, suppressing the group of deities. The eyes of those late-stage gods, who had been insufferably arrogant before, were now all trembling. Too strong. They sensed a power of divinity no weaker than 100 million. With a bang, all of his techniques were like paper, and they were forcefully smashed apart by a single punch. Because this was Shuang Baqian. 80 million points of divine power. 80 million points of physical strength. When Lin Ling was a mid-stage mid-god, he had an advantage of double 5,000. Now that he was a late-stage mid-god, he had an advantage of double 8,000. His strength had indeed increased by several folds. Which late-stage mid-god had improved as much as him? This punch could be said to be unparalleled in the world. After that punch, Lin Ling looked to the other side and threw out another punch. Rumble. Shuang Baqian suppressed them and killed countless gods. Even many wills of shock were implicated. Too strong. It was not a secret technique at all, but a very ordinary punch. Silence. The area around the temple was completely silent. Countless people looked at the power of Lin Ling's punch and were speechless for a long time. Was this still a late-stage mid-god? His strength could be said to be a superior deity. At this moment, even the gods from the Dao Tower did not dare to be arrogant. They also deeply remembered the name Lin Ling. I'll do it. Yi Bumo's expression was solemn. He sensed that Lin Ling was much stronger than before, so he could only take action himself. He slowly floated out. When the crowd saw Yi Bumo fly out, they all became excited. Yi Bumo was a god from the first floor of the Dao Tower. His strength was obvious to all. And this Lin Ling was the strongest late-stage mid-god they had ever seen. They did not know who would be more powerful in the clash between these two great gods. Over 100 million points of divine power. Powerful indeed. Yi Bumo looked at Lin Ling and said indifferently. Lin Ling also looked at Yi Bumo, but did not say anything. He naturally knew how strong Yi Bumo was. Back then, he had been besieged by countless shocking wills twice, but he had still been able to escape. Moreover, the seedling that Guang Qingzi had left for him did not have much effect on Yi Bumo. This was something that King Songdi could not do. However, this was also the first time that Lin Ling relied on his own strength to fight against a superior deity, unlike the last time when he killed King Songdi, when he relied on external objects. Therefore, Lin Ling had a feeling that this battle would definitely be very exciting. 100 million points of divine power, this is only the most ordinary standard for a superior deity. Yi Bumo said again. A surge of dark demonic energy burst out from his body, and the entire 8th floor seemed to be dyed black by ink. Apart from the temple, everything else had disappeared. It was devouring. All the gods in the darkness felt incomparably small at this moment, as if their strength had been reduced by half. Looking at Yi Bumo again, he had become incomparably huge. Although it's the most ordinary standard, it still means that I have the power of a superior deity. Lin Ling finally spoke. His 7 dantians appeared on his body, forming a colorful world. This colorful world was like a bright lamp in a storm when compared to the dark world. The two universes collided and rose continuously. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment, as if it had stopped moving. Lord Lin Ling. In the endless world of darkness, the giant ghost's eyes continued to flicker. Although he had reached the superior deity realm, he had a deeper understanding of how strong Lin Ling was now. He was very excited and looked forward to this. Beside him, Governor Yuan's expression was cold. He had never expected that in this group, apart from the giant ghost, there would be a young man who was so powerful. Lei Gong Lin Ling, where did this deity come from? In the Jiuzhou void, Although he was very strong, he was still not enough to make us revere him. But now, with just his aura, we feel that we can't underestimate him. Looking at the other superior deities, at this moment, their expressions were incomparably solemn. No matter how strong he is still a medium deity. This is a result that cannot be changed. I reckon that he is now so strong because he has used some kind of god's stairs. Yi Bumo snorted disdainfully. He still did not believe that a medium deity could fight against a superior deity. Moreover, this superior deity was Yi Bumo, a deity who had entered the first level of the Dao Pagoda. Time still seemed to have stopped. However, at this moment, the dark world finally moved. Like a tide, it submerged Lin Ling. Its speed was incomparably fast. God's stairs, sealing the great universe world. These God's stairs were incomparably powerful. They could seal the deity's power of God in the great universe world. This meant that no matter how strong Lin Ling was, his deity's power of God would never be able to break out of the great universe world. Chapter 4772. Split the Heavens. However, just as the darkness was about to completely engulf Lin Ling, a domineering aura burst out like a volcano erupting. A palm, like a sword, was actually tearing apart the darkness. What's going on? Knight Bumo's pupils constricted. He had already sealed Lin Ling's divine power, but Lin Ling still had a trump card, and it looked like an extremely powerful trump card. The boundless universe of darkness was sliced apart like a piece of paper. The terrifying strike seemed to split the heavens and earth, as if it was creating a universe. Not only did it tear open the dark universe, but it also slashed forward, and all the gods that appeared in the path of split the heavens were all killed in one strike. Its power was unparalleled. Moreover, the strike did not stop. It landed heavily on the ground, and millions of mountains were forcibly split open, creating a huge ravine that went all the way to the sky. Terrifying. One strike actually split millions of mountains. This was probably the first time such a situation had occurred on the 8th level. So powerful! Countless shocked wills were awakened, and they looked at the scene in the distance in shock. At this moment, they did not dare to rashly approach. This strike was unparalleled. If I were hit by this strike, I would probably die with regret. Looking at Knight Bumo again, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Other than having the basic divine power of a high-level god, Lin Ling had actually hidden such a killer move. The darkness was like a haze that gradually dispersed, and a 5-colored world appeared. Lin Ling floated there, his expression unchanged. However, he secretly sighed. Previously, if the dark universe had not blocked him, he was confident that he could have killed Knight Bumo with one strike. After all, he was now a late-stage mid-level god, and his physical strength had been greatly improved. The split the heavens was naturally much more powerful. Very good, Lin Ling. I admit that I underestimated you. You, a late-stage mid-level god, have such a killer move. I guess this is your final trump card. Knight Bumo's figure appeared. His entire body was like a reflection in the water, but he was also incomparably huge. In his dark universe, everything was like an ant. Now, let's see how you're going to block it. Knight Demon was clearly planning to make his move. Hee, show me your mediocre skills. Lin Ling also sneered. Shameless boasting. Yi Bumo stretched out his hand and suddenly clenched it. It was as if he had grasped the darkness, causing the darkness to turn into a huge dark hand that was tens of millions of miles long. It swept towards Lin Ling. Rumble. The sky of the 8th level was torn apart by the arm, revealing the void. Some people even saw the 9th level in the void. Yi Bumo's methods were also extremely terrifying. At least 300 million divinity. Some of the gods gasped. Although Knight Bumo was a superior god, he had cultivated for too long and had gone to the first floor of the Dao Pagoda, so he had 3 times more divine power than others. It could be said that when an ordinary higher deity encountered Knight Bumo, they would not be able to retaliate at all and could only be easily killed. Powerful indeed. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He did not expect that after stepping into late-stage mid-god realm, the first high god he encountered would be one of the strongest high gods. This battle could be called an unprecedented battle. And with Lin Ling's strength, he knew that he could not resist at all. He could only continue to use his trump card. Earth-splitting slash. Lin Ling let out a low roar and used the Pangu strike again. Puff, puff, puff. Almost at the same time, Knight Bumo's black arms swept over, destroying the universe and ruthlessly smashing onto Lin Ling's body. Bang! Lin Ling was smashed to the ground. It seemed that he could not block it. Hee, you want to fight me? Knight Bumo let out a dignified voice. His arm kept smashing down, causing millions of mountains to tremble. Other than the divine temple, nothing else could stop his dark giant hand. Many shocked wills were implicated and forcibly exploded by the black hand. This guy didn't use this kind of ultimate skill last time. Many shocked wills said in shock. They had besieged Knight Bumo last time, but at that time, Knight Bumo would rather be injured than use this ultimate skill. This meant that this ultimate skill would only be used at a critical moment. Bang, 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 bang. The world shook, and everything was destroyed. Countless gods looked at this scene in shock. They finally knew how strong the superior gods from the Dao Pagoda were. In fact, a limited number of superior gods had extremely grave expressions at this moment. Because with this method, they knew the gap between themselves and Knight Bumo. 300 million power of God was far beyond their power. With this kind of fighting method, not to mention Lin Ling, even a superior god can't block it. That Lin Ling is probably dead. It's a pity that Lin Ling's previous slash was used too quickly. Otherwise, we can see who's more powerful when they collided with this black arm. The high gods all spoke out one after another. At this moment, no one saw that under the mountains Lin Ling was resisting the black arm. He had used earth-splitting slash, and his divine power was invincible, so he was not injured. But he was still shocked. He had invincible divine power, but he was still suppressed to the ground. If Pangu hadn't attacked him, he would have died. This person's divine steps are so strange. Not only can it bring the opponent's divine power into the dark universe, it can even turn them black. That's right, his 300 million power of God seems to have come from many years of storage. It's accumulated from the dark universe, constantly turning his opponent's divine power into black. This is probably the power of his innate talent. Lin Ling kept thinking, and he quietly understood the superior gods from the Dao Pagoda. Well, earth-splitting slash's time is almost over. It's time to use the strongest Universe 3 ultimate slash. After sensing again, Lin Ling's pupils became cold and indifferent. In his soul, the great cosmic ray was brewing. And this was his trump card. The Universe 3 ultimate slash was a Mahayana Buddhist technique, an ancient magic of the same level as Pangu's attack. It should be able to deal with Knight Bumo. And even if it couldn't, Lin Ling still had a trump card on him. It was the return of his 6,000 doppelgangers. Therefore, Lin Ling was 100% confident in this battle from the beginning to the end. Bang bang bang. At this moment, Knight Bumo was still fiercely smashing the ground. His expression was ferocious, like a god who dominated the universe. You're just Lin Ling, fighting with me? You're nothing. Do you know where I come from? I'm a boy in the tomb of the Heavenly Lord Yuanshi. Back then, I lit the lamp for the Heavenly Lord. Later, when the great calamity of the worlds came, everyone died, and then I reincarnated. But now, I've surpassed the former disciple of the Heavenly Lord Yuanshi by a lot. Back then I was just a boy. Now, I've surpassed the official disciple. Can you understand that feeling? Can you understand it? You don't know shit. The heavens allowed me to return. That's the destiny of the universe. I've been resurrected with the greatest hope of the universe. Knight Bumo was like a madman, constantly roaring. He had suffered several losses at the hands of Lin Ling, and his temperament had long since exploded. Chapter 4773. So, this is the origin of Knight Everlasting. Hearing Knight Everlasting's voice, the expressions of Governor Yuan and the other gods changed slightly. Knight Everlasting was very famous in White Mountain and also had some fame in the Dao Pagoda. He had risen suddenly and crazily. This also caused many people to be curious about his origin, and many people secretly investigated Knight Everlasting's origin, wanting to find his weakness. However, after Knight Everlasting found out, those gods were all killed. In the end, still no one knew Knight Everlasting's origin. Now they all knew. It turned out that he was a child lamp under the tomb of the ancient giant god, Yuan Tianzuan. Naturally, he often faced darkness so he could control this kind of dark power. Knight Everlasting, you're just a child. A child is a child. Did you really think that after you reincarnated, you really became an ancient giant god? But at this moment, a figure floated up from the ground, stepping on the 9 heavens with incomparable calmness. It was Lin Ling. What? Knight Everlasting had just finished laughing, but when he saw Lin Ling, his pupils trembled fiercely. The other superior gods' expressions also changed dramatically. Lin Ling was actually not dead? One had to know that under Knight Everlasting's violent attacks, even a real superior god would have died. Moreover, they saw with their own eyes that Lin Ling was not only not dead, but also not injured at all. What on earth had happened? Do you know why a child like you can live until now? I'll tell you the answer. It's because the heavens let you surpass the ancient giant god and let you rise in the Tao Pagoda. That's to let you be a little proud because you'll eventually die in my hands. So, this is a reward from the heavens for you. Lin Ling laughed, and his soul power condensed, ready to move. Bullshit. Knight Everlasting's expression became even more ferocious. Previously, he had revealed his origins in a fit of excitement because he had guessed that Lin Ling was dead for sure. However, who would have thought that Lin Ling was still alive and had even used his former identity as a child to mock him? You don't believe me, right? Then let me see if you're still alive. Lin Ling let out a wild and arrogant laugh. It was as if his head was touching the sky and his feet were stepping on the ground. He had used the universe's 3 extreme breaks. Demon Vanquishing Break. After Lin Ling reached the late stage of the mid-god realm, the universe's 3 extreme splits had also been enhanced. After all, the power of the universe's 3 extreme splits had been enhanced along with the enhancement of Lin Ling's soul energy. Generally speaking, it was very rare for a god's breakthrough to improve in all major domains. Even if there was a breakthrough, it would only be a small improvement. But this kind of logic was useless against Lin Ling. This was because Lin Ling cultivated all 7 dansins at the same time, and all 7 talents were present. With a single breakthrough, the domain of improvement was naturally not small. Countless cosmic rays shot towards Yi Bumo like a curtain of rain. They seemed invisible, but they gave off an extremely heavy pressure. At this moment, the world fell silent. Everyone felt their souls tremble, but they couldn't sense the danger of death. This feeling was very strange, but also very scary. Even the will of astonishment in the distance began to tremble. Some of the weaker bodies of will trembled and their swords fell to the ground. In the face of such a powerful soul force, willpower was obviously more affected. What kind of technique is this? Yi Bumo was a little flustered. He kept retreating and waved his palms, controlling the darkness to sweep out. One palm strike after another, he continued to attack forward. Bang bang bang. He tried to use this powerful technique to break that strange feeling. The world in front of him rumbled continuously, and the darkness was like a tide, rolling in all directions. Whether it was his aura or power, he had reached an unprecedented peak. Even more will of astonishment and gods were forcibly wiped out under the influence of this power. However, such a terrifying power did not weaken that strange feeling in the slightest. No. Is this soul energy? I'll run, why can't I escape? Yi Bumo seemed to have gone crazy, attacking in all directions. This was because he realized that he seemed to be trapped in a great universe. And he finally knew that this was a soul energy attack. However, he had seen many soul energy attacks. Why did it have such power? It could seal people, make their souls tremble, and give rise to a feeling that they couldn't resist. No. All the gods heard Yi Bumo's shouts. They even saw that Yi Bumo had not only gone crazy, but he was also crying with a face full of panic. To be able to scare a superior god like this showed how terrifying Lin Ling's technique was. No. Yi Bumo's voice gradually became softer and softer, and in the end, it completely disappeared. People could only see a figure floating in the sky, motionless like a statue, as if he was completely dead. This kind of feeling gave people an even weirder feeling. Time passed by, minute by minute. Finally, a superior god said in shock, "Yi Bumo is dead." When they heard this, everyone's hearts trembled fiercely. A superior god from the Dao Pagoda had died in front of their eyes, and he had died without knowing why. Most importantly, he hadn't died on the divine steps, nor had he died under the divine power, but under the suppression of soul energy. Lin Ling, how many powerful divine abilities does he have? A superior god said solemnly. It was Night God. Previously he had disdained Lin Ling, thinking that no matter how strong Lin Ling was, he wouldn't be able to make any big waves. But now, he didn't dare to say so, because he realized that Lin Ling hadn't relied on divine power to kill Yi Bumo, but on another divine ability, one that even he couldn't understand. What do we do now? A god beside him immediately asked. Night God frowned. What could he do now? Leave immediately. Continue fighting. 2 choices. Let's vote. Night God finally made his decision. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't want to provoke a madman like Lin Ling. But the stone tablet that recorded the world will's host was right in front of them. If they returned empty-handed, they would have come for nothing. Of course, if they really continued fighting, they would also be in great danger. Night God, I think we have to continue fighting because someone transmitted a message to me, saying that they're willing to help us kill Lin Ling. At this moment, an old man among the superior gods said coldly. Oh, I wonder who it is? Night God couldn't help but frown. The will of astonishment. The old man said calmly, but the moment he said that, Night God's body trembled. The will of astonishment was helping them? Night God couldn't help but look around, wondering why the will of astonishment would help them. Chapter 4774. Originally, I wanted to seriously consider it, but now, it seems that there's no need to consider it. Night God couldn't help but smile. With the help of the will of shock, he believed that Lin Ling wouldn't be able to block it. Moreover, although Lin Ling's mystique was powerful, he had always believed that it could only be used once. It was just that he didn't dare to take the risk out of caution. But now, his chances of winning had increased. If he didn't take the risk, he would be letting himself down. At this moment, Lin Ling floated to the ground and walked towards Saint Guy and the others. The giant ghost also flew back and looked at Lin Ling with a complicated expression. Lin Ling was also very confused about the gods suddenly attacking the giant ghost, so he asked, "What happened?" "What?" Although the gods of White Mountain wanted nothing more than to kill him, there were other gods present. Many of them had no enmity with him, so there was no need to erupt into conflict with him. "It's the temple." The giant ghost understood Lin Ling's confusion and explained. "The host of the 8th world will?" Lin Ling frowned, but he was still puzzled. And when the giant ghost saw Lin Ling's puzzlement, it said in a low voice, "The 8th world will is a host body. This is an extremely important matter. I don't want them to know." Lin Ling couldn't help but open his mouth. Although he didn't want others to know who the host of the 8th world will was, it also depended on the time. For example, in the previous life and death situation, there was no need to keep it a secret. Lin Ling, believe me, no matter what, no one can know the secret of the 8th world will. The giant ghost gritted his teeth and said stubbornly. Seeing this, Lin Ling could only nod. Although he didn't know what the host of the 8th world will represented, he believed in the giant ghost. The giant ghost must have his reasons for doing this. Lin Ling also felt that the host of the 8th world will couldn't be hidden from the ancient gods. It's fine, these people are afraid of being killed. This secret, we can keep it to ourselves. Lin Ling shook his head and said to the giant ghost. Lin Ling, something's wrong. They haven't left yet. However, Sheng Yi said while looking into the distance. Lin Ling also turned around to look, and his face immediately turned ugly. This was because the surrounding gods still hadn't left and were coldly looking over. With Lin Ling's experience, he could naturally tell from that expression that he would not rest until he was dead. It seemed like the previous intimidation didn't work. Or, did they have a new trump card? A large number of gods stared coldly at Lin Ling and the others. Xianxia immediately retreated a few steps to protect Whitewater Maiden and the others. Meanwhile, Lin Ling and the giant ghost walked out and looked at all the gods from afar. Lin Ling, we don't plan to leave yet. Finally, the night god said calmly, today, you won't be able to escape even if you grow wings. All of you will die here. We will definitely obtain the secret of the temple. You guys are really crazy. For the sake of the secret of the divine temple, you guys don't even want your lives? Lin Ling sneered. Lin Ling, stop putting on an act. I admit that you are very powerful, but you should have used all your trump cards and reached your limit. I reckon that even an ordinary high god would be able to defeat you now. The night god said confidently. In fact, the other higher gods also thought the same. It was just that they didn't dare to take the risk before. Are you that sure? You should know that if you lose the bet, many of you will die. Lin Ling said. I'm 100% sure. Of course, I, the night god, never fight a battle that I have no chance of winning. The reason we didn't leave is that we have another ally, and they are the will of shock. The night god laughed and pointed into the distance. With this point, countless wills of shock pointed their swords at Lin Ling and the others. This caused Lin Ling and the others' eyes to tremble. No wonder the night god and the others didn't leave. It turned out that they had another powerful ally. What's going on? Xianxia and the others frowned. Wasn't the will of shock an enemy of all gods? So that's how it is. Lin Ling wasn't too surprised. He and the giant ghost looked at each other and understood. The will of shock had helped, all for the giant ghost. Lin Ling was very strong, and the will of shock was obvious to all. Naturally, they would find help to eliminate Lin Ling. Lin Ling, we'll be honest. We want this person. If you agree, we won't help the night god and the others. Seeing that Lin Ling had reacted, many wills of shock looked at Lin Ling and said, you have no choice. One is to hand him over, and the other is to die. These wills of shock had their own consciousness and were no different from ordinary people. Then I choose death. Of course, whether you can kill me is still unknown. Lin Ling's aura surged, and the gray robe that had just disappeared appeared again. The giant ghost looked at Lin Ling in shock, and then a smile appeared on his cold face. This was Lin Ling. He would help the giant ghost without hesitation. This was also the reason why the giant ghost had been following Lin Ling. Lin Ling was a loyal friend. Shameless boasting. Countless wills of shock were enraged. I like this choice very much. As for the night god and the other gods, they all laughed coldly. Previously, they were really afraid that Lin Ling would hand over the giant ghost. Xianxia, protect them well. Lin Ling ordered, and then immediately attacked with the giant ghost. If they waited for all the gods to attack, Xianxia and the others would definitely be affected. You want to kill us? Just with the likes of you? Lin Ling leaped up and rushed towards the gods, and a mighty punch was thrown out. It's enough to kill you. Governor Chang laughed coldly. He exchanged glances with the other gods, and then they all exploded with powerful divine energy. This also made Lin Ling realize that the divine energy had locked onto his chest and forehead, and was about to suppress him to death. Lin Ling's terrifying punch arrived, killing more than 10 intermediate gods in succession. Rumble. Almost at the same time, the other gods' attacks also arrived. However, Lin Ling activated the Quafu's sun-chasing boots and stepped into the air with flaming footsteps. Then he disappeared on the spot, dodging the two powerful attacks from before. Ding! Ding! However, as soon as he appeared, countless gray swords shot towards him. The wills of shock had attacked. Come on! Seeing that there was no way to dodge, Lin Ling's divine energy surged, and he threw out a fierce punch. He had already used up all his trump cards in the battle with the night god. Now, only divine energy was left to deal with these gods. Rumble! The terrifying punch, mixed with endless divine energy, sent all the swords flying, and even destroyed a large number of wills of shock. This was the power of Lin Ling's punch. We must kill him. However, on the other side, the night god and a large number of wills of shock were surrounding and killing the giant ghost. Chapter 4775. In truth, after becoming a high god, the giant ghost was slightly stronger than Lin Ling. It was just that Lin Ling had many trump cards. And now, his situation was not as good as Lin Ling's because he did not have the Quafu's sun-chasing boots. His speed was not as fast as Lin Ling's and he was trapped in the center. Giant ghost! In the distance, Lin Ling arrived with the Quafu's sun-chasing boots. In midair, he punched out fiercely, as though he could shatter the heavens. The danger that the giant ghost faced immediately decreased by a fraction. Hee, it seems like we guessed correctly. Although Lin Ling and the giant ghost were slaughtering everywhere, Night God and Governor Chang Yuan were not alarmed. Instead, they were very happy, because they could see that Lin Ling did not have any more trump cards. It's time for us to act. Previously, these high gods looked like they were attacking, but in reality, they were just putting up a show. They wanted to use the will of Shock and the other gods as cannon fodder. Now that they saw that Lin Ling had reached his limit, they no longer held back. Fellow Daoist, let me help you. But at this moment, at the outermost part of the 8th floor, an old voice sounded. Following which, the will of shock and fear at the outermost part was completely annihilated. This caused the eyes of countless gods to tremble violently. When they turned around, they discovered that countless Lin Ling had appeared at the outermost part of the 8th floor. Avatars of the true body. Night God's eyes trembled violently. Moreover, these avatars seemed to have come from the outside world. What kind of avatars could break through the void and enter the 8 gods' celestial palace? So many, I'm afraid there are no less than 3,000 of them. These avatars are all mid-stage mid-gods, but they can fight late-stage mid-gods. Not good, stop them. The gods were alarmed. They could not care less about Lin Ling and the others. They used their methods to fight the avatars that came from outside. Lin Ling, Saint Yi and the others were overjoyed. There were so many helpers and they were not weak at all. Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile. He exchanged a glance with the giant ghost and charged out from the center. This battle caused the heavens to fall and the earth to rend. Countless gods and terrifying wills died for it. Of course, many of Lin Ling's 6,000 doppelgangers had also died. In the end, there weren't many gods left. They were all extremely powerful existences, and the astonishing will had left behind many kings of will. Everyone was panting, and there were wounds all over their bodies. They stared fixedly at Lin Ling. They never thought that Lin Ling still had a trump card. Moreover, this trump card was an extremely powerful existence. I can't believe he's so powerful. So many greater gods and countless common gods. And yet, they still can't kill him. If this guy becomes a superior deity, who can stop him? Damn it, our gods are getting fewer and fewer. The night deity and the other higher deities were all dumbfounded and extremely displeased. Return. At this time, Lin Ling shouted loudly, and the remaining doppelgangers all returned. Kaboom! At this moment, a deafening roar erupted from Lin Ling's body. His soul power, physical strength, power of divinity, and even the divine steps had all increased slightly. This was because the doppelgangers had returned, and so had all the insights in them. Damn it, his strength can still increase. I've miscalculated. Most importantly, these astonishing wills are too useless. Those kings of will aren't doing anything. They're just putting on a show. The night deity and the others looked even worse because they could clearly sense that Lin Ling's aura was stronger than before, giving them great pressure. In fact, as greater deities, they more or less all had trump cards. However, since it was a trump card, they would only use it in a life and death situation. But now, it seemed like they had no choice but to use it. Just as they were hesitating, Lin Ling suddenly moved, leaving behind flaming footsteps in the sky. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Governor Chang Yuan. This punch, as if it had cut through time and space, arrived in front of Governor Chang Yuan in an instant. This punch's power was monstrous, reaching the power of 9,000. This also caused Governor Chang Yuan's pupils to constrict, as if his entire person was frozen in the long river of history. This was because the punch brought him great pressure, as if the fist of heaven's might was pressing down on his head. Clang. He had just raised his broadsword when it was instantly shattered by the punch. Boom! The punch streaked across like a meteor and easily smashed Governor Chang Yuan's head. Another greater deity had died here, following in the footsteps of Yi Bumo. After this punch, the aftershocks did not diminish, and it even killed a large number of gods and astonishing wills. So fierce. Although Governor Chang Yuan's strength is not comparable to Yi Bumo's, he's still a greater deity. He was actually killed by a punch. The night deity and the others began to gasp. Their evaluation of Lin Ling increased by another point. At this moment, they suddenly did not dare to continue fighting. They were completely afraid. Even if they had a trump card, they did not want to stay here and risk their lives. Some of the gods who had quietly retreated had already quietly turned around, intending to leave this troublesome place. However, just as they turned around, their pupils instantly trembled. This was because at the outermost periphery, countless poisonous ants had appeared, surrounding them so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. Moreover, the ground and the sky were also filled with poisonous ants at this moment. It turned out that these poisonous ants had quietly surrounded them while they were fighting. It's over. Damn it, we should have left earlier. Why did we have to hope for a fluke? If you want to blame someone, blame those astonishing wills. They can't help it all. The gods became more and more panicked, as if they had been tricked. Even the night deity and the others felt the same. If they had known that Lin Ling was so strong, if they had known that the poisonous ants would come so quickly, they would not have given up on the secret of the world's will's host body. What made them feel the most helpless was that they couldn't retreat, nor could they fight. You're finally back. Are you the only one left among the 8 of us? However, at this moment, a gloomy voice sounded. Following that, a large hand suddenly appeared and grabbed at the giant ghost. At this moment, heaven and earth spun. All the astonishing wills were transforming, turning into green smoke and disappearing, being sucked into the huge whirlpool. This also caused the large hand to become even more substantial, mixed with a power that could crush one's soul. It's you. The giant ghost's pupils trembled as he stared at the sky as if he had seen a familiar face. He wanted to resist, but he realized that all his strength had been suppressed, and he could not move at all. Even a higher god was suppressed. From this, one could see how terrifying the person who had attacked was. Giant ghost. However, at this critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the giant ghost. Then, a fist fiercely punched out, resisting the huge hand in the sky. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 4776. Although the giant ghost's strength was suppressed, Lin Ling's was not. However, what shocked Lin Ling was that the person who came was extremely powerful. He was fine after taking a punch from him. Get lost. Looking at the palm that was still coming down, Lin Ling's eyes were red. He was like a madman as he punched out with both fists. Rumble. The whole world seemed to be exploding as countless meteors streaked across the sky. It was extremely dazzling. So strong. Lin Ling gritted his teeth. Although he kept blasting out powerful divine energy, he found that the palm was still coming down. Lin Ling run. Behind him, the giant ghost could not move at all. He could only watch Lin Ling fight with all his might. Brother! Finally, blood flowed out of his eyes as he roared. Haha. Looking into the distance, an evil ghost floated out. It looked exactly like the giant ghost, but it looked even older. This was the frightening ghost. It was also the 8th level's god of will. Its strength was not something that Lin Ling and the giant ghost could fight against. Giant ghost, do you know why I didn't go to the 9th level? Because I'm waiting for you. For so many years, I've devoured other emotions and wills. Only you and the evil ghost are left. You have the evil ghost's aura, which means that the evil ghost died in your hands. Now that I've devoured the 2 of you, the 8 gods are mine. The frightening ghost let out a cackle. Previously, he let the frightening ghost join forces with the night god to buy time. In fact, he was not interested in the secrets of the temple at all. He was not even interested in the host body of the 8th realm's will. The only thing that he cared about was the giant ghost. Devouring the giant ghost to become the 8 gods. Break. Lin Ling's eyes were burning with flames as he punched out continuously. His fists were even filled with divine fire and lightning. It was terrifying. Rumble. Finally, the giant palm was destroyed by Lin Ling's snowflakes fell from the sky, turning the ground white. What's the use? Frightened Ghost wasn't surprised at all. He stared at Lin Ling as if he was staring at an ant. I know you, and I know your background. But what's the use? The 8 gods are number 1. What will of the world? That's just a fart. So powerful. Is this the god of will? This strength, I'm afraid he's at the peak of the higher deity realm. However, he's actually not interested in the host body of the world's will, and instead he's staring at that grimacing thing? No, they look alike. Night God and the others were discussing spiritedly, shocked by the power of the god of will. They had a feeling that if the giant ghost died, they would be in danger. The god of will would not let them go. However, even if they wanted to flee now, the poison diagram ants that were encircling them from behind wouldn't allow it. I'll see how you're going to save him. Giant ghost, you're an emotion and will of the 8 gods. How could you possibly be the same as a human? You have brothers, you have emotions. You don't deserve to be one of the 8 gods. Frightened Ghost was extremely excited, as if he was about to devour the giant ghost. In fact, he had been waiting for this day for tens of millions of years. Come here and die. He reached out his hand, and this time, Lin Ling was clearly unable to block it. The giant ghost was even more unable to block it. I don't know what kind of ghost you are, and I have no interest in knowing what kind of ghost you are. However, the giant ghost is my brother, my family. Anyone who wants to take him away in front of me will have to step over my dead body. Also, you said you were the strongest of the 8 gods? Bullshit. Suddenly, an angry roar rang out. Everyone saw that the one who spoke was actually Lin Ling. Lin Ling had not given up even at this point. He was no match for Frightened Ghost at all. He didn't even have 1% of Frightened Ghost strength. Lin Ling. The giant ghost looked at Lin Ling in disbelief, and more tears welled up in his eyes. These few years, he had always followed Lin Ling and also fought side by side with Lin Ling many times, sharing life and death together. Therefore, he understood Lin Ling and knew that Lin Ling valued relationships and loyalty. But when he saw Lin Ling block in front of him with his own eyes, shielding him from the wind and rain, his heart was still very touched. All of a sudden, he had a feeling that perhaps the 8 gods separated into 8 faces. The goal was to let the 8 faces each comprehend their own lives. Lin Ling, go away. This is a grudge between me and him. Thinking up to here, the giant ghost gave a loud roar. He did not wish to implicate Lin Ling. No, this is a grudge between us and him. But Lin Ling still did not retreat. There was no distinction between you and me, only us. Cyclic Sky Seal. Following that, Lin Ling gave a loud roar, urging his divine essence, controlling the Cyclic Sky Seal to suppress down. Rumble. In the sky, the 4 corners Imperial Jade Seal suddenly appeared, spinning slowly. It did not look big and its speed was not fast, but it carried with it the power of the laws of the universe, smashing down on Frightened Ghost. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. What is this thing? Idiot, how can the god of will be defeated by those small treasures? Night God said disdainfully, not believing that the Imperial Jade Seal could be so powerful. In fact, even Frightened Ghost did not care. His target was still the giant ghost. Rumble. However, when the palm-sized Imperial Jade Seal smashed down, a terrifying force exploded, making Frightened Ghost dizzy, and he fell from the sky to the ground. The deities were stunned. Saint Yi and the rest were also stunned. What was that small 4 corners Imperial Jade Seal? How could it be so powerful? What the hell is this? On the ground, Frightened Ghost felt dizzy and could not help but let out a loud roar. But soon, the Imperial Jade Seal smashed down again. Bang! The sound was not deafening, but the impact was not small at all. Moreover, only Frightened Ghost could sense the power. The others could not sense it at all. Frightened Ghost spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes bloodshot. What is this? Why is it hitting people's heads? bang, bang, bang. Unfortunately, the cyclic sky seal in the sky ignored him and continued to attack his head. At this moment, his head felt like it was about to be smashed open. He could not take it anymore. In the end, he turned into countless frightened ghosts' will and fled in all directions. Moreover, he used his powerful strength to forcefully open up a path among the poison diagram ants and charged out. Quick, run! Night God and the rest gasped. They had no idea what was going on, but at this moment, they could not care less. They just wanted to escape. Moreover, Lin Ling's treasure that specialized in smashing people's heads had completely frightened them. It looked very ordinary, but it had smashed the deities' heads full of small bumps. Even a superior deity could not escape the fate of being hit. This was too terrifying. Chapter 4777. Lin Ling, hurry up and enter the temple. Hurry up. At this moment, the giant ghost looked at the poisonous ants around it and hurriedly yelled at Lin Ling. Come back. Hurry up. Lin Ling originally wanted to smash frightened ghosts to death previously. Unfortunately, his divine essence was also pretty much exhausted. In the end, he could only watch frightened ghost flee. However, the power of the flipping sky seal still shocked him. It was a vicious treasure that specialized in smashing one's head. At this moment, the giant ghost opened the door to the temple and led Lin Ling and the others inside. At the same time, the giant ghost said seriously, Lin Ling, don't be surprised when you see the stone tablet. Hurry up. That's why I wanted to keep it a secret. Hurry up. Actually, frightened ghost had already said it. It's just that no one noticed it at that time. Hurry up. Saint Guyi and the rest frowned when they suddenly remembered what frightened ghost had said. Then, their faces changed and they looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. Why are you looking at me? Lin Ling felt strange. Most importantly, the giant ghost and the rest were looking at him with shock. Of course, he had a guess in his mind. Could it be? Lin Ling's mouth twitched and his heart seemed to explode. That's it. The giant ghost's mouth twitched and he smiled bitterly. He led the group into the temple. The temple was very vast. After entering, they were surrounded by dense white fog. It was very mysterious. 2 stone tablets were placed on the ground. The first tablet recorded the information of the 8 gods, while the second tablet recorded the host body of the 8th world will. Lin Ling we will. Saint Guyi and the rest knew that this was a serious matter, so they didn't want to see the secret on the tablet. It's okay. We're on the same side. There's no need to hide any secrets. Lin Ling shook his head and refused. He knew what Saint Guyi and the rest were worried about. However, to him, those who could come to the 8 gods' heavenly palace were all people he trusted. Alright. Saint Guyi and the others looked at each other and nodded. Looking at Chengwang Old Man and the others, they were all a little confused. However, they also knew that this was Lin Ling's matter. Therefore, they tacitly left and went in another direction. Lin Ling and the others arrived in front of the stone stele. The stone stele had a large number of complex runes inscribed on it. Others might not be able to understand these runes, but the giant ghost could, and it explained them to them. Everyone listened quietly as their bodies continued to tremble. Sure enough, the 8th world will host body recorded on the stone tablet was Lin Ling. The stone tablet even said Li Xiaoyao's name. As expected, Lin Ling couldn't help but bitterly smile. Even though the giant ghost had warned him, he still found it hard to believe. Lin Ling, I've always been curious as to why you were able to surpass ordinary people and defeat countless genius gods. Now, I finally have an answer. I'm sure this is the answer that all of your opponents want to know the most. The giant ghost also looked at Lin Ling. Probably. Lin Ling continued to smile bitterly. Xingyi and the others were all enlightened, especially Xingyi. He had the bloodline of the Donghuang clan and was already extraordinary. However, no matter how much he cultivated, he would never be able to surpass Lin Ling. Moreover, the gap was constantly widening. Therefore, he had always been curious as to how Lin Ling could surpass him. But now, he knew that Lin Ling relied on the 8th world will host body to surpass countless gods. It's really strange. Why can't I sense any power from the world will host body? Lin Ling shook his head. He saw that Lei Gong, Xiaoluan, and Longyang had the power of the world will host body, but he didn't. However, the stone tablet was left behind by the 8 gods, so it couldn't be fake. I guess you haven't awakened yet. Take Lei Gong for example. When he was one of the 4 gods, he also couldn't sense the world will's power in his body. Xianxia said. Lin Ling immediately nodded. He still smiled bitterly, then sat down cross-legged. Perhaps this news was too shocking, and he still found it hard to accept. Let's go. Let Lin Ling be alone. The giant ghost led Xianxia and the others to the other side. They all knew that this news was too shocking, and Lin Ling would definitely not be able to accept it in a short time. After all, Lin Ling had been the enemy of the world's will all his life, and had fought it many times. And now he was the world will. Then why did he fight back then? What was his mission? In fact, Lin Ling was indeed confused. Resisting against the will of the world, this was already his heart of martial arts. Now that he was told that his martial heart was wrong, he naturally felt confused. Is everything destined by fate? But if I'm the host body of the world will, why would the ancient gods help me? Patriarch Bodhi, pure yang spiritual master, Monkey King, too many. Could there be a story behind all this? Moreover, if the stone tablet didn't record that I'm the host body of the world will, I wouldn't even feel that I'm related to the world will. That's right, when I walked through the fog barrier, I saw my earliest self. Lin Ling's eyes suddenly narrowed. He had walked through the fog barrier with Xianxia, and he saw that his earliest self was different from Xianxia. He was a speck of dust, and he had been split into 2, and he had passed through a great universe. And he had always guessed that the world will was actually the will of the Creator God. This meant that Lin Ling's earliest self was the Creator God? But he had been split into 2, and one half was the world will? And the other half was Lin Ling himself? This also led to him being related to the world will, and he had become the host body of the 8th world will? It's a pity that this is all just speculation. Let's not care about this for now. Whether I'm the world will or not, my martial heart is beyond the universe, and I'm on the path of eternity. My mission is to protect my family and friends, and that's enough. Take Lei Gong for example. He's also the world will, but he has changed, and his mission is to fight against the world will. That's right, although I'm the host body of the world will, it's not that I can't fight against the world will. Lin Ling kept talking, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. In his heart, his martial heart, which had been shaken before, not only did it not collapse, it became even more solid. Lin Ling stood up and looked into the distance. He saw that in a corner of the temple, the giant ghost and the others were sitting cross-legged, each of them cultivating. Everyone, I've made you worry. Lin Ling said to everyone. Lord Lin Ling. Everyone opened their eyes, and a smile appeared in their eyes. Then they rushed over. I'm fine. Chapter 4778. I knew my lord was an extraordinary person. How Lin Ling, you know you're the host of the world's will. You've seen through it so quickly, you're amazing. Let's go, where are we going next? Everyone spoke one after another. Giant Ghost, do you know how to get to the 9th level? Lin Ling looked at the giant ghost and said, the 9th level probably has the final host of the world's will. This host of the world's will is probably incomparably terrifying, so it's best if we have the chance to know this secret. We can enter by following the temple. The giant ghost replied with a serious tone. However, when the stone tablet that recorded the 7th will of the world appeared, it was destroyed by a powerful force that led to the disappearance of the 7th will of the world. Even now, no one knows who it is. The last will of the world is probably even more powerful. The world's will hosts get stronger the further they go? Then Lord Lin Ling is the 8th one, which means he's the 2nd strongest among the 9 world's will hosts. Whitewater Pure Maiden suddenly said. When these words fell, everyone's body trembled. Back then, no one could stop the 7th world's will host, and its strength was heaven-defying. It was said that it was related to the 3 divine gates of White Mountain. And Lin Ling was the 8th. Did this mean that in the future, Lin Ling's strength would surpass the 7th world's will host? This, who can say for sure? Lin Ling shook his head. He couldn't be bothered to guess such uncertain things. Rice had to be eaten one bite at a time. However, everything was as the giant ghost said. The final worlds will host was probably very terrifying. Even if he obtained the stone tablet, whether or not he could read the secret within was still unknown. However, the secret was right in front of him. Lin Ling was really unwilling to give up. After all, if the worlds will had nothing to do with him, Lin Ling would be too lazy to know. But now, it seemed that Lin Ling was already inseparable from the world's will. Seeing that Lin Ling planned to continue forward, the giant ghost nodded and led everyone in another direction of the temple. As for Old Man Qinguang and the others, Lin Ling had them stay in the temple and wait for the poison diagram ants to leave before leaving the 8th level. The worlds will host was a matter of great importance. Lin Ling didn't want them to know too much, and this was also to protect them. Around the temple, the colorful mist was like a curtain of rain, and the outside world could be seen from the temple. At this moment, it was filled with poison diagram ants. What was shocking was that the poison diagram ants that no universe could stop, and yet they didn't dare to enter the temple. As for the giant ghost, it led the group forward, as if it wanted to walk out of the temple and enter the encirclement of the poison diagram ants. Treasure God Nanwufenyu. Everyone was well aware of how terrifying the poison diagram ants were. The giant ghost was very confident. Everyone smiled wryly and continued to follow. After arriving at the temple, the giant ghost strode in. Looking outside, it was filled with poison diagram ants. The giant ghost disappeared as if it was swallowed by the poison diagram ants. This. Bai Shui and the others were a little scared. Let's go, we have faith in the giant ghost. Seeing their hesitation, Lin Ling could not help but smile. He was the second to step into the colorful mist. After Lin Ling entered, Xingyi followed without hesitation. Following that, the others also entered one after another. But what was surprising was that after entering the colorful mist, they didn't appear outside the temple. Instead, they arrived at a white space. There was nothing here. It was completely white as far as the eye could see. Standing here, one would immediately feel a sense of insignificance and panic. It was as if they were imprisoned here. This is the 9th level. Lin Ling looked at the giant ghost in front of him and couldn't help but exclaim. The 9th level had less things than he imagined. It could be said that there was nothing here. The giant ghost stood there and nodded. There are only 2 ways to enter the 9th level. The temple is one, and the other is even more difficult. Even if you have the strength of a higher god, there is a 90% chance of death. And after entering the 9th level, in fact, this is the safest place. In fact, the entire universe is not as safe as this. The final 8 gods are here, and the final stone tablet of the world will is also here. Hearing the giant ghost's words, Lin Ling's eyes also looked into the distance. In the distance, it was still a vast expanse of whiteness, as if it was a parallel space. Let's go. Remember to follow me because it is easy to get lost here. Once you get lost, it will be eternity. The giant ghost led the way. Eternity? What eternity? You mean we will never die? Bai Shui asked hurriedly, a little frightened. Yes, we will never die, but we will never be able to get out. We can only walk here forever. The giant ghost glanced at Whitewater Maiden and replied. Ah. Bai Shui looked around, and her entire body trembled. Undying and indestructible, he walked through this vast expanse of white space. He couldn't see anything, he couldn't even hear anything. This was worse than killing her. It seems that the most terrifying thing about the 9th level is eternity. Lin Ling's eyes lit up, and he guessed something. To me, eternity is useless because I have a way to leave. The giant ghost spread his hands. No wonder he said that the 9th level was actually not dangerous. Unfortunately, this was a nightmare for the others. The group walked forward, not knowing how long they had walked. They even felt that they had walked for a full 3 years. 3 years of walking in this vast expanse of whiteness. If not for the fact that they had many people and good willpower, they would have gone crazy long ago. Of course, this kind of lonely walking was also a kind of cultivation of the mind. Therefore, Lin Ling and the others were sometimes talking nonstop, and sometimes they were silent, thinking about their own Daoists. The trials and tribulations of the path of martial arts in the past also poured into their hearts bit by bit. It was incomparably clear, not missing a bit. Perhaps, only in this extremely quiet world would they be able to let go of everything and recall the past. It was also because of this that everyone's strength more or less increased. Giant Ghost were really not lost. Sigh, this old man walking on this path seems to be dead. On this day, Treasure God Nanwa from you said to the Giant Ghost with a bitter smile. Grandpa Treasure God, I'm sure that we're not on the wrong path. The Giant Ghost nodded with a smile. Only when he was with Lin Ling and the rest would he reveal a smile. When he was with others, he was mostly fierce. We're here. Suddenly, the Giant Ghost let out a low cry, and then his eyes focused. How is that possible? There's someone here? In the distant horizon, 2 stone steels sat on the ground, looking extremely conspicuous. And beside the stone steels stood 2 figures, also very conspicuous. Chapter 4779. They probably came in through another route, but I'm surprised how they found this place. The Giant Ghost furrowed its brows. Let's go and take a look. Since they were already here, no matter who the other party was, Lin Ling naturally wasn't afraid. Everyone sped up, afraid that they would get lost, so they flew hand in hand. When they got closer, Lin Ling and the rest's expressions changed drastically. Because the 2 people standing beside the stone tablet were the great god of Spirit Kingdom and Daoist myriad treasures. No wonder they couldn't see them at the temple. It turned out that they had entered this place. But how did they enter this place? It should be Daoist myriad treasures. Lin Ling guessed. Daoist myriad treasures had always been mysterious, so he naturally had a way to enter this place. Lin Ling, the great god of Spirit Kingdom and Daoist myriad treasures, also stared at Lin Ling. It could be seen that they were even more surprised than Lin Ling and the rest. You guys, why are you here? Daoist myriad treasures said in shock. If you guys can come, why can't we? Lin Ling sneered, but he wasn't as afraid as before. That's good. If it's you guys, we can be at ease. Daoist myriad treasures and the great god of Spirit Kingdom looked at each other, and their expressions relaxed. But, did you find the 9th World Will's stone tablet? Lin Ling stared at the stone tablet beneath their feet. It was probably the stone tablet that recorded the 9th World Will's body. We did find it, but unfortunately, I don't dare to interpret it easily. The great god of Spirit Kingdom shook his head and looked at Lin Ling. Do you still remember back then? We found the 7th World Will's stone tablet and wanted to interpret it, but divine power descended from the heavens and almost killed us. Now, the 9th World Will's body is even more terrifying. You know it's terrifying, but you still came? Lin Ling sneered. Didn't you guys come too? The great god said with disdain. Lei Gong Lin Ling, there are some things that must be done despite knowing the dangers. We are only hesitating right now, but in the end, we will definitely decipher them. At that time, a powerful force will descend from the heavens and obliterate you. Lin Ling immediately interjected. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly said, Why don't we work together? Last time, when we tried to decipher the 7th will of the world, a powerful force came and sealed all the secrets. At that time, we almost succeeded. Unfortunately, the stone tablet was destroyed. Since that's the case, you can continue to decipher it and tell us loudly at the same time. We will be responsible for stopping that powerful force from coming. That sounds pretty good, but how are you going to stop that kind of power? The great god of Spirit Nation frowned. Although it's difficult, it's not impossible. Lin Ling shook his head, because this is the 9th level, which is the safest place in the entire universe. It will be very difficult for an external force to reach here. Even if it does reach here, its power will be weakened by a lot. Therefore, we have to bet that we can stop the incoming force. Of course, it's still very dangerous. After all, the host of the 9th will of the world must have a terrifying ability. Therefore, we have to work together to resist it. Hearing this, the great god of Spirit Nation and Daoist of many treasures looked at each other, their eyes burning with passion. In fact, although they were afraid of the host of the ninth will of the world, since they were already here, they definitely had to decipher the secrets. It was just that they were hesitating before. Now that they heard Lin Ling's words, they felt that it was feasible. Sure, but the prerequisite is that you have to tell us who the host of the eighth will of the world is. Daoist of many treasures suddenly said with a smile. Bullfox. Lin Ling cursed inwardly. I have a feeling that you guys definitely know who the host of the eighth will of the world is. Therefore, this will be the reward. The great god of spirit nation's eyes lit up. Is this a fair trade? You guys also want to know about the host of the ninth will of the world, right? This is just what each of us needs. However, treasure god Nanwufenyu immediately objected. This caused Daoist of many treasures and the others to fall silent. After all, this was indeed unfair. There's no harm in telling you, but there's a condition. But at this moment, Lin Ling said with a smile, the giant ghost wants to obtain the other stone tablet, so I want you guys to protect him. As long as you agree, I'll tell you who the host of the eighth will of the world is. The other stone tablet? The great god of Spirit Nation looked at the other stone tablet on the ground and finally nodded. Okay, the great god of Spirit Nation will be in charge of deciphering it and protecting the giant ghost. We'll block the power in the sky. Daoist of many treasures nodded and said confidently, don't worry, Daoist of many treasures, may look sloppy, but my strength is not to be underestimated. Lin Ling smiled. He believed in this. This was because he had never seen Daoist of many treasures use his full strength. Now, can you tell us who the host of the eighth will of the world is? Then, the two of them looked at Lin Ling expectantly. Lin Ling smiled mysteriously. The giant ghost and Xianxia were the same. What does this mean? The two great gods of Spirit Nation frowned. How stupid! The host of the eighth will of the world is right in front of you. Haven't you realized it yet? Lin Ling smiled and said helplessly. In front of us? What you said? Could it be you? Daoist of many treasures' eyes suddenly trembled. Lin Ling, you're the host of the eighth will of the world? You lied to me? The great gods of Spirit Nation were in disbelief. It was no wonder they couldn't accept it. Even Lin Ling found it hard to accept at first. For a moment, the two of them fell silent, their eyes flickering. Lin Ling smiled at them and didn't interrupt them. He knew they would accept it in the end. No wonder, no wonder, no wonder. Finally, the great gods of Spirit Nation nodded in realization. Daoist of many treasures also had a look of realization in his eyes. In fact, they had always been curious about Lin Ling's background. How could he be so strong and create miracles time and time again? But now, the answer was obvious. It turned out that Lin Ling was also someone with a strong background. After all this time, we're actually together. The great gods of Spirit Nation suddenly revealed a bitter smile. Thinking of the battle with Lin Ling, he felt that everything was very dramatic. Alright, now get ready to decipher it. Lin Ling didn't want to waste any more time. He nodded at the great gods of Spirit Nation and said to the giant ghost, Giant ghost, the final stone tablet is here. You should have everything of the 8 gods. Don't worry, we will protect you. But the giant ghost nodded heavily. His eyes stared at the stone tablet, and his expression finally became excited. Chapter 4780. Everyone knew that although it was a short sentence, it contained heaven's secrets. Whether or not they could reveal heaven's secrets would depend on this moment. Of course, during this process, they would face a situation where they had a slim chance of survival. It's starting! The great god of the spirit kingdom shouted as he stared at the stone tablet that recorded the final will of the world and began to decipher it. Only the great god of the spirit kingdom and the giant ghost knew about the runes recorded on the stone tablet. When the first word floated out, the entire 9th level remained silent. However, everyone was incomparably nervous as they knew that a storm would come in the next moment. The great god of the spirit kingdom's forehead was covered in sweat as he continued to decipher. The second word floated out. The 9th level was still silent. The third word. Time seemed slow, but every minute and second seemed to be a century long. However, when the fourth word floated out, a taboo aura quietly spread out. Moreover, no one could sense where this taboo aura came from, but everyone felt a sense of panic in their hearts. It was as if the air had suddenly been sucked out. "It's here!" Lin Ling shouted in a low voice. Rumble. The ninth level began to shake as if a large hand was violently grabbing the ninth level and shaking it. One had to know that this was the ninth level of the 8 gods' celestial palace, which was also the final level. The fact that the mysterious power could reach this level showed how terrifying it was. "Everyone, be careful," Daoist Myriad Treasures said solemnly as his eyes stared at the highest point of the ninth level. It was a stretch of white as if there was no end, and no one could see through it. However, at this moment, a pitch-black dot quietly appeared in the vast white space. The black dot's speed was very slow as if it was floating at the peak of the space. Staring at the black dot, Lin Ling and the others trembled. They knew that the mysterious black dot came from the Dao realm or the primal chaos realm, crossing the endless void and universe to reach the 8 gods' celestial palace. "It's getting closer." "What's that?" "It looks like a bamboo tube." When the black dot got closer and closer, everyone let out cries of surprise. "No, that's a fishing drum." Finally, Daoist Myriad Treasures let out a terrified roar. "Don't." Just as his voice fell, the crisp sound of a bamboo drum could be heard. It was as if a stone had been placed in the center of the bamboo, and the sound of the stone hitting the bamboo. This sound seemed to be sealed by the ninth level, so it didn't have much effect on Lin Ling and the others. But soon, a second clear and melodious voice sounded. "Pooh." This time, the great god of the great gods suffered a heavy blow as he spat out a large mouthful of blood. His blood was white and it immediately disappeared. At this moment he was only saying the fifth word. "Quick, stop it." The great god's eyes, great god of the god of the god of the great god of the god of the world. The goal of the fish drum was obviously to kill the great god of Ling Nation here. The secret of the host body of the final world must never be revealed. If an outsider wanted to attack the ninth level, their strength would undoubtedly be suppressed. On the contrary, their attacks were still powerful on the ninth level. Therefore, when everyone's attacks erupted, they immediately blocked the sound of the fishing drum. At this moment, the great god of the spirit kingdom shouted the sixth word. However, this word seemed to be a taboo. The fishing drum, which was sealed by a huge force, shook again, and a powerful force spread out like a wave. Boom, boom, boom. Everyone around the great god of the spirit kingdom was sent flying. They couldn't resist the power of the fishing drum. The fishing drum sounded again. This time, it was obviously going to kill the great god of the spirit kingdom. "Come out." But at this moment, a figure appeared in front of the great god of the spirit kingdom. Countless sabers flew out, forming a saber array that crazily collided with the sound of the fishing drum. This person was Daoist Myriad Treasures. Pooh. But how could he resist the power of the fishing drum? He was immediately attacked and spat out a large amount of blood. Although he was injured, the endless saber array blocked the sound of the fishing drum. "Break for me." At this moment, a palm fiercely struck out. It was as if it could split heaven and earth. When it landed on the fishing drum, it actually sent the fishing drum flying back a meter. "What?" Then an incredulous voice sounded. It was Lin Ling. Previously, he had already used Pangu's sky-splitting strike. However, this was the first time he encountered something that could resist sky-splitting strike. Moreover, it was only pushed back a meter. It was hard to imagine. If it wasn't for the suppression of the ninth level, sky-splitting strike wouldn't even be qualified to leave a white mark on the fishing drum. Eastern Emperor, Gate of Heaven. At the same time, Xianxia also activated the Eastern Emperor bell. It descended from the sky and suppressed the fishing drum. Rumble. The fishing drum floated in the sky and let out a thunderous roar. But this time, the bamboo fishing drum, which seemed to be as thick as an arm, blocked the Eastern Emperor bell's descent. It was as if an arm was holding the Eastern Emperor bell. Xianxia immediately sucked in a cold breath. That's it. Stop him with all your might. Although it didn't achieve the effect of destroying the fishing drum, at least it protected the great god of Spirit Nation. Therefore Lin Ling also shouted. At this moment, the great god of Spirit Nation had already shouted the 8th word. He was getting closer and closer to the final word. However, the further he went, the harder it seemed to be for him to decipher it. Even if it was a simple rune, the great god of Spirit Nation would need a certain amount of time to decipher it. This also brought pressure to Lin Ling and the rest. Until the great god of Spirit Nation shouted, "Tong!" Boom! The fishing drum, which was being suppressed by everyone, suddenly shone brightly. Countless drum beats floated out, as if countless large hands were pressing down on Lin Ling and the rest. Rumble! Lin Ling and the rest were all heavily injured and crashed to the ground. Treasure God Nan Wufengyu and Pure Lady Bai had instantly lost the ability to fight. At the same time, a drum beat passed through everyone and attacked the great god of Spirit Nation. The great god of Spirit Nation was still trying to decipher the stone tablet. However, he could also sense the danger in the sky. It was about to kill him. At this moment he was panicking. He even wanted to leave the stone tablet and leave. However, the answer in his heart finally supported him. He continued to decipher the next word. Demon subduing break. At the moment of life and death, a cosmic ray suddenly came and sealed the drum beat in the universe. Lin Ling had made his move. Lin Ling fell to the ground with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. However, he had activated all his soul power. The great god of Spirit Nation stared blankly at Lin Ling. He had fought with Lin Ling for many years. However, he didn't expect that the one who saved his life was Lin Ling. Hurry up! Lin Ling let out a low roar. In fact, he did have a grudge with the great god of Spirit Nation. However, Lin Ling knew that his true opponent was the World Will. Perhaps, it was the final host of the World Will. Chapter 4781. All right. The great god of Spirit Nation gritted his teeth and tried to decipher it again. Heavens! Another word was shouted by the great god of Spirit Nation. As soon as this word was uttered, the entire 9th level began to tremble as though it was about to collapse. Everyone could sense that a force was being born beneath their feet as though it was about to destroy everything. Could it be that the 8 gods' celestial palace is about to collapse? Daoist Myriad Treasure's eyes trembled violently. The final host of the world's consciousness seemed to be enraged as it began to destroy the first level of the 8 gods' celestial palace all the way to the 9th level. Don't. Moreover, the fishing drum in the skies suddenly trembled and let out a crisp sound. It was like a divine song from the most ancient times. Everyone, together. Daoist Myriad Treasures suddenly stood up and roared. A wooden bowl appeared in his hand as he threw it into the sky. The wooden bowl looked ordinary, but it seemed to be an extremely powerful chaotic divine artifact. After floating out, it immediately blocked all the drumbeats and enveloped the fishing drum. Eastern Emperor Bell. Shengyi spat out a mouthful of blood as he forcefully activated the Eastern Emperor Bell to suppress the fishing drum. Sky-flipping seal. Lin Ling slapped the ground and sat down cross-legged. He poured all his divine origin energy into the 4 directions Imperial Jade Seal and attacked. The 3 most ancient treasures suppressed the fishing drum and sent it flying backward. The previous sounds of the fishing drum were also forcefully suppressed into powder. Even so, Lin Ling and the other 2 were still heavily injured by the powerful backlash. They didn't even have the strength to sit up. Teach. At this moment, the great god of Spirit Nation spoke again. This caused everyone's eyes to light up. They were getting closer and closer to the answer. They didn't know why, but at this moment, an obsession was born in their hearts. It was as though they had to know the answer. They wouldn't hesitate even if they had to be smashed to pieces. Crazy! Among everyone, Lin Ling was the calmest. But at this moment, he also had the same feeling and couldn't help but shake his head. Rumble! However, right at this moment, the 9th floor began to crack like glass shattering. A surge of energy rushed out from the soles of his feet, seemingly destroying everything from the first level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace all the way to the 9th level. With this tyrannical destructive power, the power of the seal on the 9th level was undoubtedly weakened by a lot. This also caused the fishing drum to suddenly shine brightly. The green light illuminated the originally white space, making it incomparably strange. Rumble. Next, the fishing drum stood upright and became incomparably huge. It was like a giant rod that could hold up the sky. It looked at Lin Ling and the others and smashed down fiercely. This smash was not only meant to kill the great god of Spirit Nation, but it was also meant to wipe out Lin Ling and the others. In the end, the secret of the world will's host body could never be revealed. Is this the price? Looking at the huge pillar in the sky, Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Right now, he didn't have the slightest ability to resist. Daoist master of many treasures and the others laughed bitterly. They knew that they couldn't escape this calamity. But for some reason, even though death was near, they didn't feel the slightest bit of regret. Perhaps this was their martial Dao heart. They felt that dying on the path of pursuing the martial Dao was worth it. This was also their obsession. I heard that people are the calmest before they die. Unfortunately, even though I'm very calm now, I still don't regret it. Lin Ling muttered to himself as he looked at the great god of Spirit Nation. He saw that the great god of Spirit Nation's eyes and even his entire body was trembling. Obviously, he was shocked by the powerful force in the sky. Great God of Spirit Nation, even if we die, let us die knowing the truth. Lin Ling suddenly roared. The great god of Spirit Nation instantly reacted. That's right. Since death is inevitable, I'll continue to decipher it. Even if I die, I have to resolve the obsession in my heart. At the moment of death, his deciphering speed increased. Perhaps he had completely thrown caution to the wind. Master! When the last word fell, the entire space, time, and even the universe seemed to have frozen. The secret of the 9 world will's host bodies. The final world will's host body, which was also the strongest world will's host body, had finally surfaced. I didn't expect it to be him. Lin Ling was stunned for a long time before he suddenly revealed a bitter smile. Although the last 4 words of the great god of Spirit Nation were interpreted separately, when they were combined, it was the prime of Tong Tian. Others didn't know the origin of the prime of Tong Tian. However, Lin Ling was familiar with Chinese mythology and naturally knew what kind of existence this was. This was an existence that only 2 people in the entire universe could control, and one of them was the god of creation will. No wonder he had such terrifying power. Prime of Tonggan? Saint Guyi and the rest were puzzled. This was the first time they had heard of this name. The eyes of Daoist Duobao and the great god of Spirit Nation flashed, and then their expressions changed drastically. Like Lin Ling, they clearly knew how terrifying this was. It's fine. At least we know who killed us. Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh when he saw the expressions of the great god of Spirit Nation and the rest. He immediately knew that they knew who it was. Indeed. Daoist Duobao laughed bitterly. Then, everyone raised their heads and looked at the huge, motionless fishing drum. They all knew that the secret had been leaked, and the fishing drum would not let them go. Sure enough, the fishing drum smashed down again, locking down and sealing everything. This smash was enough to destroy the universe. Rumble. But soon, a palm stretched out and suddenly grabbed the falling fishing drum, blocking the fishing drum from smashing down. Standing under the fishing drum was a white-haired old man. He was dressed in a white robe that was loose and gave off a lazy feeling. However, his strength was incomparably terrifying. He actually blocked the fishing drum's smashing down. Fortunately, I'm here, the old man said indifferently. Then he looked at Lin Ling and said, Lord Lin Ling, fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. I came back at the critical moment. Lord Lin Ling? Everyone was blinking their eyes. Who was this expert that suddenly appeared? And he called him Lord Lin Ling? Even Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. He didn't know this old man at all. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and looked at the stone tablet. He saw that beside the stone tablet that recorded the world will's host body, another stone tablet had disappeared. 8 gods? Or giant ghost? In that instant, Lin Ling was tongue-tied as if he had seen a ghost. This old man is a giant ghost? Saint Guyi and the rest gradually reacted. They stared at the white-haired, sage-like old man and then quietly merged with the evil ghost. For a moment, they were as tongue-tied as Lin Ling. Hee. The old man laughed. His other hand suddenly clenched into a fist and punched out. Chapter 4782. Rumble. 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 An earth-shattering sound came from the 9th level as the space shattered like glass. The degree of shattering was as terrifying as the collapse of the universe. Not to mention Lin Ling and the others, even if a true pinnacle higher deity was there, they would be killed by the collapse of the universe. Over here, leave this place quickly. The white-haired elder roared at Lin Ling and the rest. With a wave of his hands, large amounts of space fragments were swept away as though he was the master of space. Quick! Lin Ling forcefully suppressed the heavy injuries in his body and hurriedly supported the rest as he followed the elder. Xingyi, can you still walk? Go and protect Whitewater Maiden. At the same time, Lin Ling said to the rest. Yes, my lord. Although Xingyi was also heavily injured, he had the protection of the Donghuang Bell, so he could still barely move. He supported Whitewater Maiden and left. Daoist myriad treasures. Lin Ling looked at Daoist myriad treasures, who nodded with a smile and followed the elder with the spirit nation's great gods. Don't. Looking at the sky again, the fishing drum that had been sent flying earlier let out a crisp sound as it chased after the group like a demonic hand of death. Bang. Rumble. However, the elder at the front waved his hand and controlled the shattered space to form a river of space that pushed towards the fishing drum. This force seemed to gather the strength of the entire 9th level, and it actually sent the fishing drum flying again. When the fishing drum chased after them again, a large amount of space and universe fragments submerged them, blocking behind Lin Ling and the others. This also made it difficult for the fishing drum to chase after Lin Ling and the rest. Rumble. Almost at the same time, a large hand suddenly grabbed out from the ground. This hand was so big that it could be said to be the largest in the universe. When the hand suddenly stretched out, the entire sky of the 8 gods turned into nothingness as it was forcefully blown apart. The hand floated in the air and slowly opened, revealing a middle-aged man in a green robe. He looked ordinary as he slowly stared in the direction that Lin Ling and the rest had left. In the end, I'm still too late. I didn't expect that despite all my calculations, I still missed the 8 gods. Could it be that everything is predestined? My identity has been discovered by a few world will hosts. So what? World will against world will? Great god of Ling Nation, Daoist of many treasures, Lin Ling. The green-robed man muttered to himself. Then he shook his head helplessly. His eyebrows twitched and the huge arm carried him toward the sky. His palm suddenly clenched into a fist. With one punch, he blew up the entire universe and disappeared into the distance. Rumble. At this moment, Lin Ling and the others were still running wildly in the shattered space. Because the space was shattered, this place was chaotic. It seemed like they were in space, but in fact, they were shuttling back and forth between the void and the universe. It was also for this reason that the fish drum from before did not chase after them. What a terrifying feeling. Someone appeared on the 9th floor just now. Fortunately, we escaped quickly. Otherwise, we would have died for sure. This feeling is enough to make me tremble in fear. This person's strength is too terrifying. Everyone felt as if they had just survived a disaster. The corners of their mouths were trembling, and their faces were pale. Even Lin Ling was the same. It should be known that everyone present was an indomitable god. Unfortunately, they still felt as insignificant as ants when faced with the previous feeling. I guess that's Tong Tian sect leader. In the end, Daoist of many treasures said with a wry smile. Don't talk nonsense. Follow me. If you lose him, the consequences will be unimaginable. At this moment, the old man at the front roared angrily. He constantly smashed the space fragments that shot over, opened up the void, and fled in all directions. Time quietly passed. Everyone felt as if they had been running wildly in this shattered universe for 3 days. Finally, a pitch-black darkness appeared in front of them. The pitch-black darkness was faintly discernible and very mysterious. Boom. But soon, the white-haired old man punched out. Something in front of him shattered, and a pitch-black darkness finally appeared in front of them. The starry sky. This place had already left the 9th floor and was in the starry sky. Looking around, there were floating meteorites and stars all around. A great path seemed to lead to the most ancient path of eternity. This is the path of a ruler. Lin Ling felt that it was familiar and said with certainty. The path of a ruler was one of the forbidden lands of the 9 prefectures. He had come here when he saved Longyang and the others. That's right. It's too dangerous to return to the void of the 9 prefectures. No one knows if that colossus is waiting for us. The path of a ruler is undoubtedly the safest. The white-haired old man floated in the starry sky and said while panting, "Did we escape?" The gods of Spirit Nation looked around and let out a sigh of relief. The host body of the last world will is undoubtedly the most terrifying existence. Perhaps he alone can almost destroy the world. Now that we know these secrets, he will definitely want to kill us as soon as possible. He wants to protect these secrets, so for the sake of safety, we have to spread these secrets. Daoist master of many treasures pondered for a moment and then said, "That's right." Lin Ling nodded. Moreover, he is the strongest host of the world's will. His goal is to devour all of our hosts. We have to be careful. If such a god attacks us, how can we stop him? The god of Spirit Nation shook his head. He used to be the strongest existence in the 9 prefectures. However, he was as weak as grass in front of the gods of ancient times. Such a change undoubtedly made him feel that the world had changed greatly. I don't think he dares. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and guessed, first of all, if he is truly invincible, why would he hide any secrets and kill us? Therefore, I guess that even in the strongest world, he has opponents that he is afraid of. Therefore, as long as the secret is exposed, he won't kill us in the short term. After all, his opponents will attack him crazily. Lin Ling is right. Daoist master of many treasures nodded. However, although he won't attack in the short term, there won't be much time left for us. If he really attacks, we can only wait for death. However, the host of the worlds will behind the 3 divine gates of White Mountain is probably what he wants to devour. If he wants to devour someone, he will devour that big shot first. The god of Spirit Nation suddenly laughed. Even if the sky fell, the bigger one would hold it up. That's true. Hearing this, Lin Ling was completely relieved. The group found a meteorite island and recovered on the spot. As Lin Ling recovered, he looked strangely at the god of Spirit Nation and Daoist master of many treasures. He felt that it was very dramatic. In the past, he and the god of Spirit Nation were great enemies. But now, they were fighting side by side and had gone through a life and death calamity together. If this was in the past, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. Chapter 4783. However, I didn't expect you to be one of us and also the host of the world will. But thinking about it, for you to be where you are today, how can your background be small? Moreover, you are the host of the 8th world will. In terms of potential, you are above all of us. However, no matter what, I still have to thank you for being able to escape from the 8 gods' celestial palace today. Perhaps because they had the same enemy, the great gods of the spirit kingdom were easier to talk to. If you want to thank someone, you should thank the 8 gods. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. Suddenly, he looked at the white-haired old man and asked curiously, "Senior, are you the 8 gods or the giant ghost?" At this moment, the white-haired old man was sitting cross-legged in cultivation. When he heard Lin Ling's words, he smiled kindly. "In fact, I am the 8 gods, but I am also the giant ghost. It can be said that the giant ghost has already obtained everything of mine. As for the 8 gods' celestial palace, it has been completely destroyed. From now on, there will be no more 8 gods' celestial palace. The giant ghost is not as easy to talk to as you." Although the white-haired old man said that he was the giant ghost, Lin Ling still felt strange. "In fact, I prefer to see your ferocious appearance. Your kind face gives me goosebumps. It is as strange as you want to be." Xingyi opened his eyes and said, Ha! The old man couldn't help but laugh. After a long time, everyone had recovered and planned to leave this place. Linling, see you in the Dao Tower. If you want to become stronger, the Dao Tower is the only way. Daoist Master Duo Bao looked at Linling and said. Unknowingly, there was a trace of reverence in his words. He was once very ancient, so no matter how powerful Linling was, he more or less regarded Linling as a junior. But now, he knew that Linling was the host of the world will. He already regarded Linling as an ancient figure. Alright. Linling cupped his hands towards Daoist Master Duo Bao and then left with everyone. Lord Linling, I have something to do in the chaotic realm, so I have to separate from you. At this moment, the giant ghost stopped and looked at Linling with a smile. Linling's expression also changed. The giant ghost had followed him for so many years. Was it about to leave? Don't worry, I'm just going to look for something from the past. Moreover, little Kunlun is also in the primal chaos realm. Maybe I can find him. You guys go to the Dao Tower first. After I've dealt with the matter at hand, I'll come to find you guys. Alright, you have to be careful too. Linling could only nod his head, his eyes filled with reluctance. Then everyone split up. Daoist Master of Many Treasures and the Great God of Spirit Nation opened their Dao return to heaven and headed towards the Dao Pagoda. Since they came from the direction of the Dao Pagoda, they would return to the Dao Pagoda when they returned. As for the giant ghost, it was said that the end of the path of sovereign was the primal chaos realm. Back then little Kunlun had also left from here. On the other hand, Linling, Xingyi, and the others headed to Lei Gong's Great Hall to see you. This trip to the Eight Gods' Heavenly Palace has benefited a lot. On the way, Linling took out a large number of jade bottles, which contained a lot of will mist. The biggest gain is that Lord Linling is one of the hosts of the world will. However, who is this Tongtian sect leader? He seems to be very powerful. Bai Shui Sunu said. Linling recalled and said, he is one of the 3 most ancient gods in the primordial age. He is as famous as Taishang Laojun and Yuanshi Tianzun. The 3 of them are also the disciples of Hongjun ancestor. This Tongtian sect leader is incomparably powerful. He is the sect leader of Jie sect and has countless disciples. He caused a lot of trouble. His temperament is also very strange. He is neither good nor evil, neither left nor right. However, because he is very strong, the other 2 gods will give him face. For example, the god behind Bai Shan is actually a lower figure compared to Tongtian sect leader. So powerful? Saint Guyi exclaimed. A god behind Bai Shan was enough to cause chaos in the universe. If Tongtian sect leader were to make a move, the universe would be destroyed. For example, your ancestor, Dong Huangtai, is also 2 generations behind Tongtian sect leader. Linling looked at Saint Guyi and said, Dong Huangtai was an extremely powerful figure, but he was still much weaker than Tongtian sect leader. Such a big figure is the host of the world will. If it weren't for the 2 gods, the entire universe would have been destroyed by him. But why does he want to destroy the universe? Bai Shui Sunu shook her head helplessly. Lord Linling said that he is neither good nor evil, neither left nor right. It is not strange that he wants to destroy the universe. Saint Yi said. Then, can Patriarch Subhuti, whom I saw last time, compare to Tongtian? Nanwo Finyu Treasure God asked. Patriarch Bodhi is probably comparable to the god behind Bai Shan, but still not comparable. Linling pondered and said. No wonder Daoist Cultivator of Many Treasures was so worried. Tongtian sect leader is ridiculously powerful. Nanwo Finyu Treasure God sighed. Don't think too much. Just like the great god of Spirit Nation said, if the sky falls, the tall ones will block it. Linling wasn't too worried and said with a smile. The group was getting closer and closer to the space where Lei Gong's palace was. However, just as they were about to get close, Linling frowned because he felt many powerful auras in that space. Everyone speed up. Someone has appeared in Lei Gong's palace. Linling shouted at Saint Guyi and the others. Then he sped up and rushed into the space. At this moment, in the space where Lei Gong's palace was located, countless experts from Lei Gong's palace appeared and looked at the group of people in the distance with solemn expressions. That group of people seemed to be in a sorry state, but their expressions were solemn and their eyes were filled with anger. "This is Lin Ling's Lei Gong's palace." A man sneered and licked his lips with a bloodthirsty expression. "Who are you, sir?" Yu and the others stared at these people, shocked by their strength, because they'd noticed that these people actually possessed the strength of a high god. As for the person who spoke, his strength was even more unfathomable. They could not see through him at all. Could he be a high god? Lin Ling's old friend. I wonder how you are related to Lin Ling? The man in the lead stared at Yu and said with a smile. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and a palm landed on Yu's face, leaving a deep handprint on her face. "You." Seeing that the man dared to hit Yu, everyone in Lei Gong's palace was furious. "It's fine." However, Yu waved her hand and stopped everyone's anger. She said calmly, "I'm Lin Ling's wife." Lin Ling's wife, right? That's great, that's great. The man in the lead laughed. He laughed happily. "I'm sorry, but I'm here to bring you news. Your Thunder Lord Lin Ling is dead. We saw him being attacked by the poisonous ants with our own eyes. I'm the night god and I'm here for you. Because Lin Ling is dead, we have to return empty-handed. So, you have to bear all of our anger." Chapter 4784. Lin Ling, aren't you very powerful? You brought Lei Gong Hall to challenge us. Shout, I'll let him shout. The gods behind Night God stared at everyone in Lei Gong Hall. They thought of what had happened to the 8 gods' celestial palace. At that time, the temple was right in front of them, and the secret of the worlds will host was also right in front of them. As long as they could get it, they would get a supreme opportunity. However, Lin Ling appeared and brought the giant ghost and the rest to stop them and take the secret for himself. Not only that, he even used violence to kill countless of their gods, making them return with hatred. To the gods from the Tao Pagoda and the Chaos Realm, this was a supreme humiliation. If you want to blame someone, blame your relationship with Lin Ling. Now that Lin Ling is dead, only you can bear our anger. Say, what do you want to die? I'll say it first, if you want to die easily, that's a dream. That's Lin Ling's wife, right? Very well, we'll start with you. An impulsive god flew over, came in front of Yu, and slapped her. A fierce slap landed on Yu's body, causing blood to flow out from the corner of Yu's mouth. You're courting death. Everyone in Lei Gong Hall roared. Indra and the rest all unleashed their strength, wanting to fight this group of people to the death. Everyone don't move. However, Yu shouted. She was very clear that these gods were all late-stage mid-gods, and Indra and the rest were only early-stage mid-gods. Not to mention that there were a few high-level gods. They couldn't win at all. If they were too impulsive, all of them might die. As expected of Lin Ling's woman, you can see the big picture. The old man looked at Yu with a smile. If Brother Ling wasn't here, would you dare to be so arrogant? When you see Brother Ling, you can only kneel and beg for mercy. Yu was not afraid at all. She looked coldly at the old man and said, although these people had high gods, Yu didn't feel that Lin Ling would be able to defeat them. However, these people hated Lin Ling so much. This meant that Lin Ling must have made them suffer a great loss. What a sharp tongue. The old man was furious, and his right hand slapped Yu's face. After that, the old man roared furiously, a mere Lin Ling is dead. He died under the encirclement of the poison diagram ants. Moreover, all the people who were with Lin Ling are dead as well. Do all of you understand? However, everyone in Lei Gong's main hall laughed. It was a disdainful laugh. They simply didn't believe what these people were saying. Moreover, they also believed that Lin Ling would never die. What are you laughing at? This time, Night God was furious as well. He was a high god, but these people weren't afraid of him? They were even laughing coldly at his misfortune? This made him feel as if he had returned to the temple and was ruthlessly humiliated by Lin Ling and the others. We are laughing. You only dare to be proud when Lin Ling isn't here. If Lin Ling is here, you don't even dare to fart. Yu said disdainfully. Bullsh*t. Night God shouted angrily. I've already said that Lin Ling and the others are already dead. They can't be more dead. Moreover, even if he really is in front of me, he's just an ant. If I tell him to go east, he won't dare to go west. Do you believe me? Your mouth is on you. Whatever you say is the truth. Yu was still laughing coldly, but her words were very clear. She didn't believe it at all. Ha! The people in Lei Gong's main hall also laughed. They didn't believe it either. You're courting death. Night God and the other gods were all furious. They were just a bunch of ants. Who gave them the courage? All right. Laugh all you want. But let me tell you, even if Lin Ling is here, I'll kill you in front of him. As for Lin Ling, he can only kneel and beg for mercy. He won't even dare to fart. Night God roared and walked toward Yu. He was going to kill Yu in front of everyone and make everyone in Lei Gong's main hall fear and revere him. Is that so? Then kill me in front of me. However, just as Night God walked in front of Yu, a cold voice suddenly sounded. The entire void fell eerily silent. An invisible pressure suddenly enveloped all the gods in the Night God realm. This also made Night God's eyes narrow. This voice was very familiar. He couldn't help but look around and realize that everyone in Lei Gong's main hall was laughing. They were laughing as if relieved of a heavy burden. Not only were there more fearlessness in their eyes, but there was also a hint of mockery. Kill, I'll give you a chance to kill. At this moment, the voice floated over again, making Night God's heart tremble violently. He finally slowly turned around. He didn't know when, but Lin Ling, Xingyi, and the others had appeared not far behind him and were looking at him coldly. Lin Ling. With just a glance, Night God's heart exploded. Didn't Lin Ling die under the encirclement of the poison diagram ants? At that time, Lin Ling and the others couldn't escape even if they had wings. How did he come out alive? It's fake. Night God kept shaking his head. He had seen how terrifying the poison diagram ants were. He didn't believe that Lin Ling could escape from the encirclement. Night God. Lin Ling coldly spat out a sentence and walked toward Yu step by step. His pace wasn't fast, but Night God and the other gods were silent. They weren't as arrogant as before and were all trembling. They had all seen the battle at the temple. Lin Ling's strength was monstrous, and no one could stop him. If they knew that Lin Ling was still alive, they wouldn't have dared to come to Lei Gong's hall. Lin Ling. Night God didn't dare to move and let Lin Ling walk past him. Even if Lin Ling turned his back to him, he didn't dare to attack. Meanwhile, the people in Lei Gong's hall were excited. In fact, they had only guessed before. After all, Night God and the others were high gods. But now, they were sure of everything. Even high gods were afraid of Lin Ling and only dared to be arrogant when Lin Ling wasn't around. When Lin Ling returned, they didn't even dare to fart. Therefore, the mockery on their faces became even more intense. In the eyes of Night God and the others, they were so angry that their bodies trembled as if they had lost all face. Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to still be alive. Since that's the case, goodbye. Night God gritted his teeth and finally said. As soon as he said that, everyone wanted to leave immediately. The pressure that Lin Ling gave them was just too great. However, just as Night God turned around, Lin Ling's cold voice sounded. Lin Ling, what are you trying to do? Night God frowned. I just want to know who hit my wife. Lin Ling looked at Night God coldly and said. As soon as he said that, all the gods who came with Night God trembled. They didn't dare to say a word and could only look at the high gods. It's mine. It was a misunderstanding. How about this, I'll let you hit me back. How about that? Night God's expression changed and he finally said. What do you think? Lin Ling looked at Night God indifferently. Chapter 4785. Night God was a famous superior god in the Dao Pagoda. He had already given Yi Shiwen enough face. Because to make him, a high god, apologize and let a mid-level deity slap him in the face, how humiliating was this? But Night God had also lowered himself and endured the humiliation. It's useless. You can only die. Lin Ling shook his head. You've gone too far. Night God was furious. He had lowered himself time and time again, but Lin Ling had repeatedly bullied him. I've gone too far. So what? Lin Ling took a step forward, and a powerful aura spread out. It was like the battle in the temple, where one person fought against all the gods. All the gods gasped, intimidated by the aura. Night God's pupils trembled fiercely, and he subconsciously took a step back. He respected Lin Ling from the bottom of his heart. I'm from the 3 divine gates of White Mountain. Night God had no choice but to bring out his backer. Perhaps you don't know who the 3 divine gates of White Mountain are. Then I'll tell you. The god behind the 3 divine gates of White Mountain is a Buddha god. He's an ancient giant god, more powerful than the 5 emperors. I know you've provoked the 3 divine gates of White Mountain, but I guess you don't know who's behind the 3 divine gates. As he said this, his voice became louder and louder, as if he was afraid of Lin Ling and was giving face to the ancient giant god. Unfortunately, he didn't know that when it came to the 3 divine gates of White Mountain, Lin Ling was more familiar with them than Night God. Not only did Lin Ling know who this god was, but he also knew that it was the will of the world. It sounds like it's very powerful. Lin Ling smiled. It was a mocking smile. Of course it's powerful. No one in the chaotic realm doesn't give face. Unfortunately, Night God thought that Lin Ling was afraid. However, Lin Ling's strength was still very strong, and he didn't dare to provoke him too much, so he said indifferently, let's forget about this matter. When I go back, I'll put in a few good words for you. Perhaps I can resolve the grudge between you and the 3 divine gates of White Mountain. Farewell. Farewell? Lin Ling laughed loudly and used the flipping sky seal. He looked at Yishen and smashed down. Boom. The cyclic sky seal didn't seem to be very powerful, but after it landed, the night god felt dizzy and was in disbelief. Today, I will kill you in front of everyone. Let's see what the 3 divine gates of White Mountain can do. Boom. After Lin Ling's voice, the flipping sky seal struck again. The night god spat out blood and retreated, his expression changing drastically. How dare you talk about the White Mountain 3 divine gates in front of me? Let me tell you, even if the White Mountain 3 divine gates let me go, I won't let him go. Boom. Lin Ling bellowed and the flipping sky seal smashed down again. Lin Ling, you're crazy. Night God was severely injured and shouted with a pale face. Am I crazy? I see that the one who has gone crazy is you. You clearly know that I have enmity with Baishan, yet you still dare to come to my territory. You clearly know that your strength is inferior to mine, yet you still dare to use my trump card. Are you an idiot? Also, weren't you very smug before? Didn't you say that even if I was here, I would kneel down and beg for mercy? Now, where did your courage go? Where did your confidence go? Lin Ling controlled the flipping sky seal and continuously smashed it at Night God. Boom, boom, boom. Night God's mind seemed to explode as blood flowed out continuously. He couldn't withstand the domineering flipping sky seal at all. Lin Ling's voice was like a knife that ruthlessly stabbed into Night God's heart. Embarrassing. When he looked at Lei Gong's hall again, countless mocking voices floated out. When the voices landed in the ears of the gods who came with Night God, their faces turned pale and they didn't dare to move. At this point, they also wondered if they were idiots. Of course, this wasn't because they weren't afraid of Lin Ling, but because they didn't know that Lin Ling could return alive. Lin Ling, I was wrong. Spare me. Night God was beaten to a pulp by Lin Ling. In the end, he could only beg for mercy. Idiot, even if you didn't come to my house, I already wanted to kill you at the Divine Temple, let alone when you came to court death. Lin Ling laughed mockingly as he controlled the flipping sky seal and unleashed a fatal blow. Boom. A crisp sound rang out as Night God's head exploded. He couldn't be more dead. As soon as the Night God died, all the gods trembled. Even the higher gods turned pale. They did not dare to have any thoughts of resistance. That was because the flipping sky seal was too terrifying. It didn't look powerful, but when it smashed down, no one could stop it. It specialized in smashing people's heads. Lin Ling. An old man trembled as he looked at Lin Ling. Say no more. I'm not interested in listening. That. Lin Ling sneered as he activated the flipping sky seal and attacked. He knew very well that if he, Lin Ling, didn't have the ability to resist these people at the Divine Temple, the giant ghost and the others would have died long ago. If Lin Ling had really died at Lei Gong's palace, they wouldn't have shown mercy to Yu and the others. Therefore, begging for mercy now was a pipe dream. Boom, boom, boom. Another higher god was smashed to death by the flipping sky seal. At the sight of this tyrannical scene, the remaining gods panicked and fled in all directions. Trying to escape? Saint Guy and the others stopped these gods. Saint Guy and the others couldn't win against higher gods, but they were only intermediate gods. Saint Guy could still easily deal with them. Lin Ling sneered as he controlled the flipping sky seal to chase after the remaining higher gods. No, Lin Ling, spare me. The higher gods fled frantically as they begged for mercy. Unfortunately, it was useless. Lord Lin Ling is so powerful. Seeing Lin Ling easily crush a high-level deity, the people in the Thunder God Hall all sucked in a cold breath of air. Brother Ling's strength has increased, and it's increasing so quickly. Yu and the others were extremely glad. If Lin Ling's strength hadn't increased, they would have all died in the previous calamity. However, they didn't expect Lin Ling's strength to increase so quickly. Higher gods were like chickens and pottery dogs. My second brother's strength will increase greatly every time he leaves. I really don't know how he cultivates. Indra and young Master Yao's eyes were filled with admiration as they shook their heads helplessly. After a long time, all the gods fell, and their treasures were collected by Lin Ling. At this time, Patriarch Extreme Flame and the others arrived. Father! Lin also arrived. Once the sacred land of the rainforest, his friends from Jiuzhou all appeared. They looked at the indomitable man and were extremely excited. It's all right. Lin Ling smiled as he looked at everyone. Then he looked at Yu and found that Yu's cheeks were a little swollen. This made Lin Ling's heart ache, but it was only a superficial wound, so Lin Ling didn't take it to heart. He brought everyone back to Lei Gong's Great Hall. The entire Lei Gong's Great Hall, and even the entire Jiuzhou, was filled with joy. For some reason, after Lin Ling's return, everyone felt that even if the sky fell, they wouldn't be afraid. Chapter 4786. Sakura and the others were dumbfounded for a whole day. Finally, they understood why Lin Ling was so strong. It turned out that this kid had a powerful background. However, although Lin Ling was the host of the world will, they were not worried about Lin Ling. They believed that Lin Ling would always stand with them. In the following days, Lin Ling entered the square prison. This was because he wanted to return the flipping sky seal to Guangchengzi. In front of the prison, Lin Ling looked at the green mountains and clear waters and couldn't help but sigh. Guangchengzi was indeed powerful. While others were in prison, he seemed to be on vacation. Moreover, Guangchengzi's strength must be very strong. He was probably as strong as the Buddha god behind White Mountain. Lin Ling, you're back. Where's the flipping sky seal? At this time, Guangchengzi appeared and smiled at Lin Ling. I didn't find it. Lin Ling blinked. Ha! Guangchengzi smiled and waved his right hand. The square imperial jade seal floated out of Lin Ling's body, which made Lin Ling extremely depressed. This was because Lin Ling also liked the flipping sky seal. It was easy to smash people's heads and was a great weapon for killing. Therefore, he pretended that he didn't find it to see if he could deceive him. However, Lin Ling underestimated Guangchengzi. You are full of treasures and have countless supreme techniques. You even have the Kuafu sun-chasing boots. You still want to covet my flipping sky seal? Guangchengzi scolded jokingly, which made Lin Ling chuckle. Of course, he knew that although the Kuafu's sun-chasing boots were powerful, it hadn't reached its full potential. On the other hand, the flipping sky seal was a ready-made treasure that had been refined by Guangchengzi for many years and could be controlled at any time. Senior Guangchengzi, now that I have completed the task, I wonder about the treasures you mentioned before? Lin Ling said with a smile. Do you know the final host of the world will? Guangchengzi didn't answer Lin Ling's question but asked instead. Yes. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and smiled faintly. Then, he saw Guangchengzi's curious face and didn't hide it. He said directly, it's the Tong Tian sect leader. The more people knew this secret, the more chances of Lin Ling surviving. So, even if Guang Chengzi didn't ask, Lin Ling didn't intend to hide any secrets. Tong Tian Tong Ton Tong Ton. Guang Chengzi gasped and his face changed. Naturally, he knew what kind of person was Tong Tian Tong Tian. Never would have thought the sect leader Tong Tian deity. If that were the case, the sect's leader, years ago. Seeing Guang Chengzi's appearance, Lin Ling could not help smiling and said, "Relax, even if the sky falls down, the tall ones will go and support it. Those who are taller will go. That includes me as well. You've really thought it through." Guang Chengzi smiled bitterly. If the sky-reaching church wanted to destroy the world, it would be them, the powerful gods, who would be the first to die. Only after all of them were dead would it make a move against Lin Ling and the other gods. "You've thought it through?" Lin Ling didn't comment. If he wasn't the host of the world will, Tong Tian's sect leader wouldn't do anything to him. But now it was hard to say. He might be targeted by Tong Tian's sect leader faster than Guang Chengzi. "The treasures you want are all here." Guang Chengzi shook his head and handed over a brocade pouch. Then he bid farewell and left. Lin Ling guessed that Guang Chengzi wanted to tell the news to others. This was even better. The more people knew, the safer Lin Ling and the others would be. These treasures. Lin Ling checked the brocade pouch and found that there were countless treasures inside. Many of them were treasures that only appeared in the Tao realm. Moreover, Lin Ling had already accumulated many treasures. With these treasures, it might be possible for him to form an 8th Dantian. After the trip to the 8 Gods' heavenly palace, Lin Ling knew how weak he was. Just like Tong Tian's sect leader, he could kill Lin Ling with just a breath. After forming an 8th Dantian, my strength will definitely be doubled. I hope these treasures are enough. For safety's sake, I'll stack up all the treasures. Lin Ling left the square prison and returned to the void where Lei Gong's palace was. He knew that the birth of the 8th Dantian was a matter of great importance. He couldn't be careless, so he had to be absolutely sure. Then, he returned to the Tao realm and exchanged all the Tao realm fragments for treasures. Only then did he return to the Lei Gong's palace. He also told Xingyi to take good care of the Lei Gong's palace during this period. Lin Ling then disappeared. He was now full of treasures, and the Wuxia was innumerable. He didn't leave the void. Instead, he found an extremely quiet place and sat down cross-legged to adjust his state. The 8th Dantian must have talent. The Tyrant's Song Sword is the talent of the 8th Dantian. But now, the Tyrant's Song Sword has merged with the Eternal Killer Mother. It will take some time. Moreover, the birth of the 8th Dantian is equivalent to the birth of the 8th universe. I must let go of everything and become selfless. Lin Ling sat cross-legged in the void, and all the martial arts that he had learned in the past few years went through his mind. He didn't even let go of the mortal martial arts that he had learned in the Guyan sect. It was as if he was building a solid foundation. His heart had forgotten everything at this moment. Only the martial arts, only the world of himself. Gradually, Lin Ling's body began to dim, as if he was an illusion. In the end, he completely disappeared into the void. Even if there was a superior god here, if they didn't come within 1 meter of Lin Ling, they wouldn't be able to sense his existence. And this was selfless. It was as if he had become the universe. There was no self, no other, only eternity. Time passed quietly. At the same time, the treasure on Lin Ling's body quietly floated out and circled around the void. It was as if it had transformed into a huge black hole. As soon as the black hole appeared, the endless energy of the universe slowly flowed into it, causing the black hole to become bigger and bigger. It started to devour everything. This powerful energy spread out, and the void where Lei Gong's hall was located was affected. However, the people in Lei Gong's hall had already received news from Lin Ling. They knew that Lin Ling was in seclusion, so they didn't find it strange. However, the other gods in the void were the opposite. Because the black hole was too big, it had already penetrated the void and reached other universes. This also caused the gods to be covetous, thinking that an ancient chaos treasure was about to be unearthed. Look, the void is faintly discernible. The treasure is in there. Someone could vaguely see the void where Lin Ling was. However, that void disappeared extremely quickly, only reappearing in an instant. "It's mine!" A powerful god couldn't restrain himself and tried to seize the treasure. However, just as he approached the void passage, a powerful suction force appeared, causing him to see a huge black hole. This black hole was as big as a universe, and it was also like an eye looking down on him. At this moment, he was completely flustered and wanted to retreat. Unfortunately, it was too late. An incomparably terrifying suction force appeared and sucked that god in. Finally, he turned into nothingness and became a part of the supreme black hole. Chapter 4787. The enormous black hole would appear and disappear from time to time in the void, absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. Within the black hole, boundless energy was surging. The energy was so terrifying that even a high god would be squeezed by the powerful energy and might even explode to death. The energy of heaven and earth was the key to a god's breakthrough. However, too much energy could also lead to a disaster. Time passed quietly just like that. Finally, the black hole completely stabilized and no longer intersected with the void everywhere. The void near Lei Gong's hall also stabilized. Can Brother Ling successfully break through? Yu and the others looked at the distant sky. They couldn't see Lin Ling at all, but they could sense that Lin Ling was in this void. This void was originally devoid of spiritual energy, but now it's rich in spiritual energy. Is it because of Father's divine ability? Lin Yi, his wife, and daughter also looked into the distance with admiration. Your father is the reincarnation of a great god. He is definitely extraordinary. Our 9 continents, the void, and even the entire universe in the future will depend on your father. As his son, you should be proud of your father. Ancestor Taiyan said with a smile. I'm proud of my father. He's also my lifelong idol. Lin Yi nodded heavily. In fact, everyone had the same thought as Lin Yi. Lin Ling was now too powerful. He was a god among gods, an existence that couldn't be underestimated in any era. Therefore, they admired and worshipped him. They even regarded him as their spiritual pillar. They had never imagined that a day would come when such a powerful god would appear by their side and chat merrily with them. Let's go to the Dao realm. Lord Lin Ling must have broken through for a long time. It's pointless for us to wait here, Saint Yi said with a smile. Everyone gradually dispersed. Those who were cultivating went to cultivate. Those who were in the Dao initiation realm went to the Dao initiation realm. Spring went and autumn came. Flowers withered and bloomed. Time rolled by in this void universe. The void universe, which was originally devoid of spiritual qi, was now more stable, as if it had its own great law. These laws were different from the 9 states void, the Dao realm, and the chaos realm. It was like a new world. Although it couldn't compare to those ancient universes, it had boundless potential. Lei Gong had inadvertently obtained this void and gifted it to Lin Ling. Therefore, even if Lei Gong was present, he would never have imagined that this void could grow and even surpass the void of the 9 prefectures. 100 years quietly passed. More and more people entered the void, and many interfaces began to appear in the void. Naturally, the spiritual qi in the air became even denser. This also caused countless cultivators of the 9 prefectures to want to enter this place to cultivate. Unfortunately, the requirements to enter this place were very high. After another 100 years, this void became the god's void above the void of the 9 continents. It was the place that countless warriors in the 9 continents yearned for the most. It was also the strongest world. 200 years had passed, and Yu and the others' strength had also slowly increased. They gradually gained a firm foothold in the Dao realm, especially Xingyi and the others. Their reputation soared, and no one dared to provoke them. However, Lin Ling still seemed to have disappeared. He was still selfless. Or it could be said that he had quietly become the embodiment of this universe. However, after 200 years, the entire void would occasionally tremble, and terrifying energy storms would constantly sweep out. These energy storms wouldn't kill the cultivators, and if the cultivators were lucky enough to encounter these energy storms, their strength would skyrocket. Skyrocketing, this wasn't a big deal. No one knew why this was the case, But this void had become even more attractive. Many cultivators even tried to sneak in. Moreover, there were experts from other universes who invaded and wanted to occupy this void of the universe. But in the end, they were obliterated by the master of this void of the universe. After a long time, no one dared to easily invade this place. Perhaps, only the experts from the Chaos Realm had the strength to dominate this void of the universe. There are so many energy storms. It's like a great opportunity. Anyone who encounters them can soar to the sky in one step. Yes, Big Brother Sakura also encountered one and used it to break through his realm. Now, he has the strength of a mid-stage mid-god. It's a pity that these energy storms come without warning. It's completely based on luck. I've been wandering around here for so long, but I haven't encountered one even once. Sister Yu, do you think these energy storms have something to do with Lin Ling? He has disappeared for 200 years. Yu and the others were always paying attention to the void of the universe, but Lin Ling still hadn't returned. At this moment, no one saw that at the end of this void of the universe, there was a stone platform. A man was sitting cross-legged there. He was wearing a blue robe, and his eyes were slightly closed. His entire person was like a stalk of heaven and earth's origin. That's right, he was like an incarnation of a treasure, an extremely rare treasure. And he was Lin Ling. The reason why he had turned into a treasure was because the black hole had entered his body. The black hole was formed by Lin Ling's countless treasures, and after 100 years of absorption, it had already accumulated an endless amount of heaven and earth's energy. And this energy was also Lin Ling's capital for the birth of his 8th Dantian. In order to birth his 8th Dantian, Lin Ling had prepared for 200 years. At the 300th year, he began to break through the realm. The Eternal Killer Mother and the tyrannical Song Sword fused to form the Eternal Killer World. Lin Ling muttered to himself. His voice was very old, like a rock. Let's begin. Lin Ling muttered to himself. As soon as his voice fell, a taboo descended. It was as if the great law of the universe had descended. On this day, the entire void of the universe was pitch black, and all light disappeared. And in Lin Ling's body, a black hole appeared, rolling continuously, and formed the 8th Dantian. Moreover, this Dantian was also madly increasing, directly rushing into the realm of lower deity and intermediate deity. The reason why it was able to increase in speed was not unrelated to Lin Ling's 200 years of preparation. And as the black hole continued to form, a sword quietly appeared in his Dantian, turning into the innate ability of the 8th Dantian. This sword was the tyrannical Song Sword. But after fusing with the Eternal Killer Mother, it had completely turned into an innate ability of killing and life. This was also the Eternal Killer World. It represented the endless slaughter of the Eternal Killer World, and after killing to the extreme, it was the creation of life. The strength of this innate ability was at the level of an 8th grade higher deity. And after awakening, it instantly reached the level of a 1st grade higher deity. This was also Lin Ling's most powerful innate ability among his 8 innate abilities. Chapter 4788. However, Lin Ling's potential had undoubtedly increased by a large margin after gaining the talent of a high-level deity. Every time he broke through to a higher level, his strength would increase by 8 or even 10 times compared to others. 300 years. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling finally opened his eyes slowly. His expression was very calm. His aura was also extremely calm. It was as if he had never broken through at all. Only Lin Ling himself knew how much his strength had increased. He stood up and suddenly looked at the entire void universe. He shook his head as if he was laughing at something. He looked at it for a whole year. His whole person was like a statue. It was as if he could see through the entire void universe with just one look. Moreover, the previously endless energy in his body had finally begun to diminish. Your Excellency, you've been watching for so long. It's time to come out. On this day, Lin Ling finally spoke calmly. The void universe in front of him was still calm and peaceful. Your Excellency, do you plan to watch here for the rest of your life? Lin Ling asked again. As soon as he finished speaking, A figure finally appeared in front of him. It was an old man riding a big green ox. The old man held a wine pot in his hand and wore farmer's clothes. This style was exactly the same as the Curishan. However, his strength was much stronger than the Curishan. He had the strength of a late-stage high-level deity. Kid, I've been watching you for a long time. Are you a deity or the origin of the universe? Also, how did you find me? The old man looked at Lin Ling with a smile. He seemed polite, but there was a touch of dignity in his tone. It was as if Lin Ling had to answer. First, tell me how you found this place. Lin Ling said with a smile, as if he didn't know how powerful the old man was. Ignorant. The old man shook his head disdainfully. This young man actually spoke to him in such a tone. He probably didn't even realize how powerful he was. There's no harm in telling you. In fact, when the black hole appeared, I was already paying attention to this place. However, the heaven and earth energy of the black hole was too terrifying, so I didn't make a move. It was only when the black hole turned into a human that I began to pay attention to this place. This void universe is a very unstable void universe. However, because of your black hole, it has stabilized. Moreover, its potential is limitless. This really surprises this old man. Moreover, I know very well that the most powerful expert in this void universe is actually you. It's ridiculous that those nonentities still think that Hall Lei Gong is the master. The old man continued to speak, his voice full of majesty. Speak, what kind of treasure are you? Treasure? Lin Ling was taken aback and almost burst out laughing. This old man regarded him, Lin Ling, as a treasure. That's right, he thinks I'm a treasure transformed from a black hole. No wonder this old man is so confident. In fact, even if you don't say it, I know that you're transformed from a black hole. Moreover, you're one of the great origins of the universe. I didn't expect that when the universe is boundless, treasures can also transform into treasures when they reach the limit. Amazing, I can't afford it. The old man looked at Lin Ling indifferently as if he had already seen through Lin Ling. In fact, he really did think that Lin Ling was transformed from a treasure. Therefore, he had been watching Lin Ling, waiting for the right time to take this treasure. Senior, you must be from the chaotic realm. At this time, Lin Ling said with a smile. He knew very well that if a Dao realm expert wanted to enter this place, he would have to pay a great price. On the contrary, it was easier for weaker gods to enter. However, the chaotic realm was different. Even the path of domination led to the chaotic realm. It wasn't strange that this old man came from the path of domination. How should I put it? I'm not a treasure, and even if I was, it's not something you can take. Lin Ling said again. Shameless boasting. The old man was furious and his eyes were full of disdain. It's your fortune that I've taken a liking to you. Don't think that I can't see through your origins. You're transformed from the void universe and have the strength of a mid-level deity when you were born. However, let me remind you that there's always someone more powerful than you. You've just transformed into a human and think that you're powerful. You have no idea how powerful the Era Giant God is. As for me, I'm a late-stage high-level deity. A high-level deity? Do you know what that is? I can kill you with a single finger. After the old man finished speaking, a terrifying aura erupted from his body, causing the nearby area to shake violently. However, Lin Ling, who was on the rock, was not afraid. Instead, he looked interested. It was as if he was staring at an ant and admiring the ant's dance. You're courting death. You overestimate yourself. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. When the old man saw Lin Ling's expression, he was thoroughly enraged. He had subdued countless treasures in his life, but he had never seen such an arrogant treasure. Omnidirectional divine binding hand. Without further ado, the old man planned to subdue Lin Ling, the treasure, directly. He wanted to see how arrogant this treasure could be. Endless divine power erupted and stirred up the wind and clouds. Even in the Tao realm, this was a remarkable ability that no deity could resist. After all, the old man had the strength of a late-stage high-level deity. However, after the terrifying divine power surged toward Lin Ling, it actually passed through Lin Ling. Not only did it not cause any harm, but it did not even flutter Lin Ling's clothes. What? The old man's eyes narrowed. This was the first time he had encountered such a strange thing. I've already said that I'm not a treasure. Lin Ling was still smiling. Besides, you don't have to use any tricks because they're useless against me. On the other hand, it's easy for me to destroy you. Therefore, in front of me, you're more like a treasure. Bullsh *T. The old man roared. He was a giant deity in ancient times and had countless deities under his wing. How could this kid treat him as a treasure? Sigh, I really don't want to hurt your feelings. However, the truth is that you can't see through me. You'll never be able to see through me in this lifetime. Lin Ling shook his head, looking satisfied and regretful. He quietly pointed his finger and said, "Look." There was no energy fluctuation in his finger, as if he was just casually pointing his finger. At first, the old man was also shocked. However, after seeing that Lin Ling's action was not a big deal, he laughed sarcastically. It seemed that he had been overthinking. "Look under your mount." However, at this moment, Lin Ling's voice was heard. The old man immediately looked down. Then he was shocked and gasped. He saw that the big green bull under his mount had unknowingly turned into a small bull. One should know that his big green bull was extremely powerful. When it transformed into its human form, it could even fight a high-level deity. But now, it had unknowingly turned into a small bull? Look again. Lin Ling pointed his finger again. It was as if it could change everything. The big green ox under the old man quietly transformed into a pig. *CK. The old man's eyes were as big as bells. He could not believe it. Look at yourself again. Chapter 4789. How is this possible? What did you do to me? For you. The child looked at his tender hands and almost fainted on the ground. He was a higher deity, and his strength had long since become impervious to all evil. His divine energy was invincible, and he could protect everything. However, Lin Ling had turned him into a child with a casual point of his finger. If he continued to point, wouldn't he turn into a baby? He had never heard of such a method before. Who am I? Lin Ling blinked and rubbed his chin. Then he came to a realization and said, I am the master of this void universe. You can also treat me as the great law of the universe. The great law of the universe. Impossible. This void universe has just stabilized. How can it have the great law of the universe? For you. The child's face was filled with panic. He naturally knew what the great law of the universe was. The Dao realm had its own great law of the universe, and so did the chaotic realm. Any deity in it had to act according to the rules of the great law. For example, if a deity cultivated 10 million units of divine power, that was also the result of the great law. If the great law made his divine power disappear instantly and turn into 1 million units, that deity would not be able to change the result. However, the great law of the universe was rarely man-made. It was controlled by the universe. Now, he had encountered the great law of the universe, and it was the great law of the universe of this void universe. As I said, I am the great law of the universe. For example, I am the only god of creation in this void universe. I want flowers. Lin Ling smiled. With a thought, hundreds of flowers bloomed in the void. I want clouds. Thousands of clouds were born out of thin air. I want thunder, fire, rain, and wind. Following Lin Ling's voice, the entire void universe changed. For Lin Ling, incomparably terrifying thunder descended, divine flames burned the void, violent rain tore everything apart, and strong winds suppressed all directions. An omnipotent deity. This was the description of Lin Ling now. You are a superior deity, right? But in my void universe, I can turn you into a mortal. Lin Ling laughed again, but his voice gradually became more dignified. Under his voice, the insufferably arrogant and powerful old man from before disappeared without a trace. Perhaps he could recover his strength instantly after leaving this place, but as long as he was in this void universe, he would be controlled by Lin Ling. Spare me! Spare me! This old man was wrong. Senior, please spare me. The child stared at everything with his mouth agape. He now knew how terrifying Lin Ling was. When he saw Lin Ling, it was as if he had seen a god. It's too late to beg for mercy now. Lin Ling shook his head coldly. I know what you're thinking. If I leave this void universe one day, you'll kill me with one finger. You can do it, so I won't let you leave this void universe. You. The child's expression changed again. Because that was exactly what he was thinking. Although the great law of the universe was powerful, it did have a fixed location. For example, Lin Ling could only be invincible in his own void universe. If he went out, he would still be a late-stage mid-level deity. Because if he went to other universes, he would have to obey the great law of the other universes. Unless one day, the great law of his void universe was comparable to that of other universes, only then would he be able to resist. However, it was very difficult to reach this day. For example, the Dao realm and the primal chaos realm had been formed for a very long time and had long since stabilized. How could Lin Ling's universe, which had just grown, resist them? You'll be my first ghost in the netherworld. After you're reincarnated here, your soul will be marked by me. You can only be reincarnated in my universe. Even if you go to other universes, if I want you to die, it's just a matter of time. Lin Ling said calmly. With a thought, countless Lin Ling walked out from behind him. Fellow cultivator, leave it to me. Fellow cultivator, the 4 seasons of this universe are under my control. Fellow cultivator, the life and death of this universe are under my control. I control one of the netherworld. I control time. Space, leave it to me. Doppelgangers appeared one after another, all of them smiling and cupping their hands at Lin Ling. The great law of the universe also needed to be controlled. Only then could it become stronger and more stable. Go. Lin Ling nodded and turned to leave. Looking at the child from before, his face changed greatly and he kept begging for mercy. Unfortunately, he was eventually taken into the gate of the netherworld. Lin Ling walked forward, sighing in his heart. He had never expected that the birth of the 8th Dantian would cause so much power to gather, causing the void universe to change and completely take shape. And he, Lin Ling, had become the first master of this void universe. In fact, the master of the void universe could also seize it. For example, it was said that the person who reached the peak of the Tao Tower could control the entire Tao realm. The Tao realm was also a powerful great universe. Controlling the Tao realm meant that the Tao realm had a new master. However, it was very difficult to seize the void universe. One must have extremely powerful strength. Especially after the great universe was stabilized, it was even more difficult. Lin Ling's void universe wasn't very stable at the moment, so it could still be taken away by others. However, if he allowed his 6,000 doppelgangers to control the nomological laws of the multiverse, others would have to mobilize the most ancient primordial giant gods to take it away. This void of the universe has become my backing. After I grow up, this void of the universe can provide me with an endless supply of power. Moreover, this universe doesn't have a name yet. Let's call it the Lin Ling universe. Although the name is a bit strange, it also means that this universe is my territory. Lin Ling kept talking. With a step, he appeared in the Lei Gong Hall. At this moment, there were many people in the Lei Gong Hall. Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others were all there. When they saw Lin Ling, they were all shocked because Lin Ling had disappeared for 300 years. Now, he had finally returned. Lin Ling smiled and chatted with Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others. In fact, although he had been in seclusion for 300 years, because he gradually controlled the universe, he knew everything about Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others. Yu and the others are still in the Dao realm. After chatting with Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others for a long time, Lin Ling smiled and said, "They have been in there for a long time. They heard that there was a big battle there, so they went to help." Ancestor Extreme Flame said. Lin Ling nodded. He knew that Yu and the others were not in this universe, but he didn't know what Yu and the others were doing in the Dao realm. Now that he heard that there was a big battle, Lin Ling immediately wanted to enter the Dao realm. "Grandfather, I will give you a portion of power. You can control this universe. If there is something you can't solve, someone will help you." Lin Ling pointed at Ancestor Extreme Flame and a ray of light entered his body. If anything happened to Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others, not only Lin Ling's doppelgangers, but even Lin Ling would know. Moreover, Ancestor Extreme Flame had the authority to deal with ordinary matters. Chapter 4790. The heavenly Tao throne emitted a scorching light. Then, an ancient aura filled the air. This aura was clearly not from the void of the 9 states, nor was it something that Lin Ling's universe could possess. This was because this aura was the aura of the Tao realm. It was even more ancient. I'm back. Lin Ling stood on top of a mountain and looked down. The land in the distance was silent. The forest was lush, and the ancient mountains were magnificent. This was the place where Lin Ling had left. It was also the Yellow Emperor's territory. But this time, Lin Ling could not detect any gods. In fact, Lin Ling could clearly sense some traces of battle. Some of the ancient mountains had been blasted apart. It seems that something has happened. Lin Ling frowned slightly. Then he floated down. Next, he transmitted his voice to the Yellow Emperor, Yu, and the others. However, to his surprise, the Yellow Emperor and the others seemed to have disappeared from the Tao realm. He could not contact them. How strange. What had happened? Not long after, Lin Ling returned to the cave residence of the Yellow Emperor. There were still fields planted by the Yellow Emperor. However, it had been too long since they had been planted. All the seedlings had withered and died. Are you Lin Ling? Suddenly the earth shook. A mouse with white fur on its nose crawled out. This mouse was about the size of a palm, but it was full of spirituality. That's me. You are? Lin Ling smiled and said calmly. He knew that this mouse had extraordinary strength. In fact, it could already transform into a human. Therefore, Lin Ling treated it as a god. You're finally here. I'm at the tomb of Lord Wu Ting. The mouse was obviously happy to receive Lin Ling's acknowledgement. It smiled and said, Now, the Yellow Emperor and the others have gone to the Tao Pagoda. Moreover, the Yellow Emperor, Emperor Shun, Emperor Yao, and Emperor Jun had a great battle. They are occupying the passage into the miasma. The passage into the miasma? When did this happen? Lin Ling frowned. It happened 100 years ago. Now, the 5 emperors have had several great battles. The mouse said, 100 years ago? Lin Ling had been cultivating in seclusion for 300 years, and adding the time he spent in the 8 gods' heavenly palace before his seclusion, it seemed like this great battle had been going on for a long time. Then do you know where Saint Guyi and the others went? Lin Ling asked again. It seems like they left with Lord Yellow Emperor. They've been gone for 200 years. They were afraid that you wouldn't know where they went when you came back. That's why they told me to wait for you here. They told you to come back and go to the Tao Pagoda. The mouse said. Saint Guyi and the others also entered the Tao Pagoda? Lin Ling couldn't help but be shocked. Then how do we enter the Tao Pagoda? Lord Wu Ting said that he wants you to go to Firmament City and find a deity called the Heavenly Tao Commander-in-Chief. He will bring you into the miasma. Thank you. Lin Ling nodded. Right now, he could only enter the miasma and then make a decision. After the mouse finished speaking, it drilled into the ground and left. Lin Ling also left and flew toward Firmament City. Lin Ling had been to Firmament City once, but now that more than 300 years had passed, there should be some changes. Flying according to his memory, after a long time, an ancient giant city appeared in front of him. The city was filled with immortal energy, and the words, Firmament Palace of the Golden Arches, were still there. Deities entered and left Firmament City one after another, talking and laughing as if they were talking about the past. I'm back here again. Lin Ling secretly sighed. Of course, when he first came to Firmament City, he, Lin Ling, couldn't even deal with a high god. But now, an early-stage high god was simply not worth mentioning to him. The birth of the 8th Dantian had undoubtedly caused Lin Ling's strength to soar by more than several times. The Heavenly Tao Commander-in-Chief? The Yellow Emperor's people. Following the crowd into the city, Lin Ling looked around and found that the city hadn't changed much. But the faces around him were unfamiliar, which made him feel a little helpless. Of course, Lin Ling had disappeared for more than 300 years, so there weren't many people who knew Lin Ling. Not many people remembered that he had teased Emperor Shun and Emperor Yao as time had passed, and the 5 emperors had fought several times. Fierce. The War of the 5 Emperors 100 years ago caused countless deaths and injuries. Many people were killed to the point that they no longer had the chance to be protected by the Dao realm. Yes, in order to fight for the miasma, the 5 emperors gave it their all. But now, most of the miasma has been divided among the 5 emperors. Some of the smaller miasma areas are not safe, so very few people dare to enter. Some miasma are strong and some are weak, just like the miasma we encountered when we entered the Dao realm. Lin Ling found a restaurant and entered. As soon as he entered, he heard a lot of chatter. Restaurants were always the best places to gather information. Miasma? Lin Ling ordered some food and wine and quietly listened to the conversation. He had long known that to enter the Dao Pagoda, one had to pass through the miasma. But he didn't expect that these miasma were the same as the miasma when one first entered the Dao realm. There were strong and weak miasma. Moreover, some miasma were even dangerous. It seemed that one couldn't reach the Dao Pagoda at all. It was no wonder that the 5 emperors wanted to fight for the safer miasma. Lin Ling obviously didn't intend to enter the dangerous miasma. He looked around and his gaze fell on an old man. He walked over with a wine jug and said with a smile, "Senior, everyone wants to enter the miasma now. Why are you drinking here so leisurely?" After saying this, Lin Ling poured a cup of wine for the old man. The old man suddenly smiled and said, "I'm not interested in going. The competition in the Dao Pagoda is too fierce. Everyone wants to improve their strength and control the entire Dao realm. People can die there at any time. Gods are actually people. It's good to be able to live leisurely. Why do you care so much?" Lin Ling was stunned. He was only inquiring about information. He didn't expect to meet such a strange person. "If I don't improve my strength now, when the great tribulation of the world will comes, it will be hard to escape death. I'm used to being a god. Who wants to be free and unfettered?" Lin Ling said with a smile. Hee, if the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. If the tall ones can't stop it, then my strength will be useless. It will still be hard to escape death." The old man said with a smile. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He thought that he had met some strange person. It turned out that he was just a person waiting to die. Gods were the same as humans. One kind of rice could raise hundreds of different kinds of people. Similarly, there were hundreds of different kinds of gods. Like the old man, he seemed to be leisurely, but in fact, he was the most passive. Not to mention the great tribulation of the world will, even if a powerful god came, if they didn't like the old man and attacked him, the old man could only obediently kneel down and beg for mercy. If one wanted to be unconcerned and wanted to be free, the price to pay was dignity. True freedom was to be in control of everything. One's strength was so powerful that no one could stop it. Chapter 4791. "Oh, then how do I find a new miasma?" Lin Ling asked again. Hee, you've asked the right person." The old man smiled mysteriously. "Currently, there are 3 teams in Firmament City that are going to the miasma. They are the 9-Crow Demon, the Star-Skinned Sand God, and the Heavenly Army." Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. He poured another cup of wine for the old man and asked, "I happen to want to go to the miasma as well. Which of these 3 is easier to join? How about the Heavenly Army? It sounds pretty good." "Kid, if you want to go to the Heavenly Army, you have to be quick because they are leaving at noon at the gate in the south of the city." The old man drank Lin Ling's wine and smiled faintly. He was about to give some pointers when he looked up and realized that Lin Ling had disappeared. What amazing strength! He actually disappeared in front of me without me noticing. The old man held the wine cup, his expression changing constantly. He was an early-stage high god, and the young man was only a mid-stage high god. He thought that the young man was a junior, but when he was about to leave, even he could not see through him. Only now did he realize that he had underestimated the young man. At this moment, Lin Ling appeared on the street and headed toward the south of the city. He wanted to enter the miasma with the Heavenly Army and then find Yu and the others. Fortunately, he had asked the old man before, or he would have missed the time. When Lin Ling arrived at the south of the city, a large group of gods was waiting there quietly. We are still short of one person. As long as it is not Emperor Shun or Emperor Yao's people, any god can join. A loud and clear voice rang out. It was a burly god who was speaking. There were many gods around, and at this moment, they were all staring at the burly man with hesitation. If they wanted to enter the miasma, they had to get the approval of the 5 emperors. Joining their team was undoubtedly the best choice. However, when entering the miasma, there would definitely be fierce battles, and it was easy to die. Therefore, if they wanted to enter the miasma, they had to choose a strong team. May I ask where you are from? Suddenly, a skinny old man asked. Yellow Emperor. The tall and sturdy man said indifferently. Behind him, no less than 100 gods had gathered, forming a powerful army. There were mid-stage high gods and early-stage high gods in the group. Yellow Emperor? Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard the robust man's words. This was because the Yellow Emperor was the oldest god emperor among the 5 god emperors. His tomb was also the strongest. He had once fought against 2 god emperors without being defeated. If he were to join the Yellow Emperor's team, his safety would naturally increase by a lot. We want to join. I am an early-stage high god. I want to join as well. Many gods spoke one after another. The burly man smiled, not surprised by the sudden change in attitude. He looked at the palace behind him and said, Sir, look. I just need 3 more people. An aged voice came from the luxurious palace. 3 people? So little? Me. Scram, I'll do it. Everyone began to fight for the 3 spots. All right, this high god, please join us. That high god over there as well. The tall and sturdy man kept pointing out, using his intuition to find someone. Although there were quite a number of high gods present, there were differences in strength between high gods. Some ordinary high gods might not even be able to compare to a god at the peak of a mid-level deity at some point in time. I want the last spot. At this moment, a hearty voice sounded. Then, a blue-robed young man slowly walked over. He was Lin Ling. When they saw Lin Ling, everyone narrowed their eyes. At first, they had thought that it was some powerful character. In the end, it turned out to be a young man. Most importantly, he seemed to be just a mid-god. This was especially true for the few higher deities who hadn't been chosen. They were able to tell Lin Ling's cultivation level with a single glance. The robust man was also in disbelief. I am one of the Yellow Emperor's men. Lin Ling directly reported his background. As soon as he finished speaking, the robust man's expression changed. One of the Yellow Emperor's men? This meant that he was one of them. One of the Yellow Emperor's men? Do you have any proof? The old man's voice sounded from the luxurious palace, as if he was suspecting Lin Ling. I know, ignore and listen. Lin Ling said again. Ignore and listen, it seems that you really are one of the Yellow Emperor's men. Alright, the last spot is yours. The luxurious palace did not hesitate at all and immediately said, and his voice was much more polite. This was because the Yellow Emperor had always been mysterious. Not many people had seen him before, and the blind and the heartless were his bodyguards. Not many people knew of these 2 names either. Only those who had seen the Yellow Emperor before would know of these 2 characters. Well, we've waited for so long and the last spot is his? That's too unfair. Just based on one sentence, they think he's one of the Yellow Emperor's men. I can do that too. That's right. I think they're just fooling us. The surrounding gods were stunned, and then they were all dissatisfied. That was because they had waited for a long time. In the end, the last spot was given to a mid-god. How could they accept this? He's just a burden. Lord Heavenly Axiom, you'd rather have a burden than a high god. A skinny middle-aged man sneered. Does my lord need your permission to choose someone? Moreover, you weren't in a hurry to sign up at the beginning. If you hadn't heard the Yellow Emperor's name, you would probably still be observing. Now that you're all dissatisfied, do you have any shame? The tall and sturdy man immediately shouted coldly. He was also extremely dissatisfied. Who the hell did these people have the right to say who their team chose? Everyone's faces turned ugly after being scolded by him. However, another early-stage high god smiled sinisterly. Who knows if you're deliberately fooling us? You didn't mention the Yellow Emperor's name at the beginning and only mentioned it after the fact. Why do I find it so strange? Remember, our time is very precious. You're wasting our time. That's right, that's right. The others echoed. Lord Heavenly Law's chief soldier, everyone is unhappy. In fact, if you had chosen a higher deity, we wouldn't have dared to say anything. But you've chosen a middle deity trash. This is an insult to us. The skinny middle-aged man at the beginning said coldly. He had the strength of an early-stage high god, and he felt that he had been looked down upon when he was not chosen previously. However, although he was dissatisfied, he also knew that strength was respected. He had no choice but to accept that his strength was inferior. But who would have thought that a mid-god would be chosen in the end? How could he accept that? Hi, you're not convinced? At that moment, Lin Ling smiled faintly. My young friend, don't say anything. We'll deal with this. An old man walked out of the gorgeous palace. This old man was 2 meters tall, with a straight back and eyes like lightning. One look and one could tell that he was a powerful god. Chapter 4792. However, just as the old man was about to use his strong aura to suppress the crowd, Lin Ling's voice suddenly floated out again. Senior, if it were anything else, I wouldn't care. But he called me trash just now. I can't be indifferent when he called me trash. Lin Ling also walked over slowly. Is this kid an idiot? The burly man was speechless. Originally, Lin Ling's strength was not enough to convince people. He should have shut up and let the commander of the heavenly axiom deal with him. But who would have thought that he would be so arrogant? Wasn't this giving the other party an excuse to make things difficult for him? In fact, even the commander of the heavenly axiom was a little surprised. I called you trash. You don't agree? The thin middle-aged man laughed. He also thought that the young man was an idiot. I don't agree. Lin Ling nodded and continued to walk forward. He seemed calm, but his eyes were filled with a terrifying killing intent. It was like a surging universe. In fact, he didn't want to show himself. But he also knew that if he wanted to join the commander of the Heavenly Axiom's team, he had to show his strength. You are an early-stage high god. Do you want to get my spot? Lin Ling continued to walk forward. At first, the thin middle-aged man was full of disdain. He wanted to suppress Lin Ling in front of the commander of the Heavenly Axiom. However, as Lin Ling approached, a terrifying killing intent enveloped him. This killing intent was so terrifying that he instantly lost the ability to fight. It was as if he was facing the universe. He couldn't summon any desire to fight back. He is at least a high god's divine fetus talent. Moreover, the steps of God are very strong. The thin middle-aged man thought in shock. The people around were waiting for the thin middle-aged man to show his strength. However, they saw that he didn't dare to move. This made them a little confused. Someone couldn't help but shout. Bang! But who knew that this shout would make the thin middle-aged man's legs go soft, and he sat down on the ground. His forehead was now full of cold sweat. He didn't fight but sat down on the ground in fear. Subconsciously, everyone stared at Lin Ling, their eyes filled with shock. Lin Ling smiled faintly and retracted the eternal killing world. Everything returned to normal. So strong. The Heavenly Law Battalion chief was also shocked. He had seen how a mid-god could defeat an early-stage high god. However, both sides had been fighting for countless years before a victor was decided. However, the young man in front of him was actually able to intimidate a high god with his aura alone. This meant that the young man's strength was incomparably powerful, surpassing that of an ordinary high god. Are you still unconvinced? Putting away his thoughts, the Heavenly Axiom chief soldier looked at everyone and said. Everyone was silent. The chatter from before had now disappeared, and their faces were filled with reverence. If no one disagrees, then we'll take our leave. The Heavenly Dao's commander-in-chief smiled faintly. Then he led several hundred deities into the distance. Lin Ling was also following along. However, the people in the team stared at Lin Ling with a look of surprise. After all, there were many mid-gods in the team, and they were all very strong. They could fight an early-stage high god. However, compared to Lin Ling, they knew that they were still much weaker. "Your Excellency, may I know your name?" On the way, the Heavenly Law Battalion chief soldier smiled at Lin Ling. "Lin Ling." Lin Ling cupped his hands slightly and bowed. "Lin Ling? Good name." The Heavenly Law Battalion chief soldier nodded. "Your Excellency, good strength. No wonder you can recognize disregard and listen. Along the way, with your participation, we will definitely be able to pass through the miasma smoothly and reach the Dao Tower." "Senior Heavenly Law Battalion chief soldier, will we enter the miasma together?" Lin Ling asked curiously. "Of course." The Heavenly Law Battalion chief soldier smiled and explained, "It's difficult to pass through the miasma alone. Even I don't have such confidence. So, when we go to the Dao Tower, most of us go together. Alas, we are unlucky. When we first reached the Dao realm, we didn't appear at the Dao Tower. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. It seems that the miasma is a great danger. Besides the miasma, what other dangers are there?" Lin Ling asked again. "Did you just reach the Dao realm? You have the nerve to ask such an idiotic question?" Before the Heavenly Law Battalion chief soldier could answer, a disdainful voice sounded. 5 people came from behind him. One of them was an early-stage high god, and the one who spoke was a middle-stage high god. "Along the way, we will have to face challenges from the other 4 emperors. This is dangerous. The other 4 emperors all want the miasma. How can they let us enter so easily? However, there are experts of the Yellow Emperor guarding the miasma. Our mission is to help those experts block the enemy and then enter the miasma. Do you understand?" The man's voice became louder and louder. In the end, he even snorted disdainfully and said, "Heavenly Law Battalion chief soldier, you are always looking for burdens to drag us down. Tianyu, he is more powerful than you. You are not qualified to say that." The Heavenly Law Battalion chief soldier seemed to have known the man's temperament, so he could not help but say coldly. Upon hearing that, the man secretly gritted his teeth. Originally, he was the strongest mid-god in the team. However, after Lin Ling appeared, he became the second strongest. Now, the juniors in the team liked to stare at Lin Ling and completely ignore him. This made him very unhappy. "Is that so? There are early-stage high gods among my men. If there is a battle, the few of us will contribute the most," the man named Tianyu said coldly. The Heavenly Law Battalion chief soldier had obviously been provoked several times. This time, he could not hold it in and wanted to speak again. "It doesn't matter." However, Lin Ling waved his hand to resolve the conflict between the 2 sides. He smiled at Tianyu and said, "Thank you for your guidance, Senior. I understand. Do you see that? Your Excellency Tianyu is a friend of the Yellow Emperor, and so is this Lin Ling. Look at you, and then look at him." The Heavenly Law Battalion chief soldier snorted coldly. Who knows if he really knows the Yellow Emperor or if he is faking it? He is just a mid-god. The way I see it, the Yellow Emperor doesn't even know him. Tianyu smiled mockingly and finally left with his men. "Your Excellency Lin Ling, we have embarrassed ourselves in front of you. These people are the Yellow Emperor's friends. That is why they were recruited into the team. If I had known their temperament, I would not have wanted them even if I was beaten to death." After Tianyu and the others left, the Heavenly Law Battalion chief soldier looked apologetically at Lin Ling and said, it was because he was the Heavenly Law Battalion chief soldier that Lin Ling had been reprimanded. Otherwise, Tianyu would not have known Lin Ling at all and would not have deigned to speak to Lin Ling. "It's fine. The Yellow Emperor has tens of millions of friends. Not all of them will be easy to talk to. Moreover, I see that he is here to suppress me. So, even if the Heavenly Law Battalion chief soldier is not here, he will still find an opportunity to show off in front of me." Chapter 4793. The team continued on their journey and encountered waves of danger along the way. However, the team was strong enough that they managed to pass through without any mishaps. A day later, Lin Ling and the others also appeared in the God's Fall Void, where they were besieged by a large number of spider evil gods. There were more than 100 million of these spider evil gods, causing several gods to die in the team. Lin Ling was also helping during this process. He was also very emotional when he saw the God's Fall Void. Back then, Ning Qingxin had died here. He wondered if she had reincarnated now. Lin Ling had been practicing martial arts all his life and had seen too many storms. However, this was the first time he had seen someone as determined as Ning Qingxin. Your Excellency Lin Ling, are you all right? After all the spider evil gods were killed, the heavenly Dao general walked over with a smile. I'm fine. Lin Ling shook his head at once. Your Excellency, Lin Ling's strength is really unfathomable. I saw him kill 100,000 spider evil gods with one punch just now. He didn't even blush or pant. I guess he didn't use his full strength at all. A god laughed. Not at all. Lin Ling replied humbly. In fact, he could sense that many gods didn't use their full strength when facing the 100 million spider evil gods earlier. Now, the entire Dao realm was in chaos. No god would easily use their full strength unless it was a matter of life and death. All in all, Your Excellency, Lin Ling, has also killed a few million spider evil gods and contributed to the team. Seeing Lin Ling's humility, the heavenly Dao general laughed and led the team forward again. Lin Ling shook his head. In fact, he had wanted to kill 10 million spider evil gods earlier. However, the team was too strong, and too many spider evil gods were killed by others. This was because only Lin Ling knew that the spider evil gods could exchange for Dao realm fragments at heavenly Dao realm. Of course, in a team of 100 people and 100 million spider evil gods, Lin Ling had killed a few million. In fact, this number was already quite a lot. Tian Yu and the others are really shameless. Along the way, one of the gods said disdainfully, "That's enough. Forget it, it's just the spider evil god." However, the heavenly law battalion chief shook his head. Skyfeather and the other gods did not make a move when they were surrounded by the evil spider gods, unless the evil spider gods targeted them. However, the few of them had only killed a few 100,000 evil spider gods, which could not compare to a single person in a large group. If they had acted as well, no one would have died before. If I didn't know the Yellow Emperor, I would have chased them away long ago. The god from before said unwillingly. After a long time, the large group finally passed through the god's fall void. In front of them was a barren land. Countless divine mountains rose from the ground, but there were no plants on the ground at all. It was filled with yellow gravel. Moreover, from time to time, rumbling sounds could be heard from the distance. It was deafening and world-shaking. Those rumbling sounds could destroy the 10,000 worlds in the void of the 9 prefectures. It was incomparably terrifying. Come on, we're almost there. After seeing the great battle in front of them, the heavenly law battalion chief's eyes finally lit up. Then he said to Lin Ling, "Legend has it that this is the shattered land of the great battle of the world wills. That great battle killed all the gods and demons, and the heavenly law collapsed, causing this place to become a forbidden area. If not, it would still be difficult to step into this place." Barren land. Lin Ling looked around. He could also imagine the intensity of the great battle back then. Everyone speed up. After the heavenly law battalion chief said a few words to Lin Ling, he immediately led the group and rushed forward. After walking for half a day, a terrifying great battle finally appeared in front of them. The whole sky and earth were filled with divine light. The void continued to shatter, as if heaven and earth were falling apart. Countless gods were clashing, forming a storm that was incomparably ferocious. The great battle has begun. Seeing the scene in front of them, someone in the large group said solemnly. Yes, but the great battle didn't just begin. It has been going on for a whole year. The heavenly law battalion chief murmured. In the direction of his gaze, he saw a huge whirlpool in the sky. The whirlpool was rolling and emitting a pressure that could crush one's soul. That was the miasma barrier, which led to the Tao realm. In front of the miasma barrier, hundreds of huge fire trees were planted on the ground like a magnificent city wall. The huge trees were dazzling and occasionally spewed flames into the sky. When these flames smashed into the ground, countless gods died because of them. The fire mulberry tree was still as red as the sunset. It was like a catapult, bombarding countless gods who tried to invade. Those gods all want to enter the miasma barrier? Lin Ling was also secretly shocked. Then yes. That's right. Those are probably Emperor Shun's men. They want to take over this miasma barrier, so they attack this place all year round. The battle here has been going on for a whole year. The Heavenly Law Battalion chief said, because this is a newly discovered miasma barrier, the battle hasn't been going on for long. I heard that the battle in the southeast has been going on for 100 years. Countless gods' Tao realm protection opportunities have been wasted there. Opportunity for Tao realm protection. Lin Ling nodded. No wonder these gods didn't fear death. It turned out that they were taking advantage of the opportunity for Tao realm protection. This meant that every god had 3 chances to attack the miasma barrier. After they used up their chances, they wouldn't dare to come again. After the 3 chances are used up, the God Emperor will allow them to enter the miasma barrier. This is their reward. As if guessing Lin Ling's thoughts, the Heavenly Law Battalion chief explained, unless you are a friend of the God Emperor, no one can violate this rule. You are a friend of the Yellow Emperor, so you don't need to attack the miasma barrier and can enter directly. In fact, we have already attacked it in the southeast and used up 2 opportunities for Tao realm protection. Now that we have 1 more chance, we are allowed to enter the Tao realm. The Tao Pagoda is really too attractive, especially after the calamity of the world's will. All the gods know that if they want to be eternal, they need supreme strength. If they run away now, they will die even faster in the future. The Heavenly Law Battalion chief explained. Lin Ling suddenly understood. After using up 3 opportunities for Tao realm protection, they could enter the miasma barrier. After all, every god emperor had their own miasma barrier. However, they also wanted to take more for themselves. Let's go. Under the flames of war, we will rush to the miasma barrier. There are people guarding it, and they are also completing their mission. As long as they can defend against waves of attacks, they can also enter the miasma barrier. Next, we will send someone else to guard this place. The Heavenly Law Battalion chief led everyone forward. There are so many Tao realm gods, but it's normal when you think about it. After all, this is the convergence of gods from several eras. Lin Ling followed everyone forward. Rumble. Just as they flew forward, a white elephant war chariot rushed over. Its power was vast and incomparably terrifying. Looking at its 4 limbs, it was actually made of wheels, but its speed was incomparably fast. Chapter 4794. All right. All the gods felt their blood boil as they unleashed their powerful ultimate techniques. There were many superior gods in the team. Even if they were only mid-level gods, each of them was an extremely powerful existence. After unleashing their ultimate techniques, the huge white elephant chariot was overturned. Rumble. The huge wheel was broken and smashed onto the ground, causing the earth to shake and the sky to shake. Rumble. Next, the white elephant chariot fell, smashing countless gods on the ground to death. If it had been in the myriad realms, this smash would have caused the myriad realms to collapse. At the same time, countless 5-colored rays of light flew into the sky, and a large number of gods were taken away by the Tao realm protection. But soon, a large number of gods descended. They had just fallen, but they immediately returned. Kill! Their eyes were red, and their bodies were filled with killing intent. They came from different eras and did not know each other. They did not show any mercy when they attacked. It was either you die or I die. This was the cruel battle of gods. So fierce. Lin Ling unleashed his full strength, and the power of his 7 dantians also surged out, constantly killing some gods as he advanced with the team. At the same time, he realized that such a battle was not just on his side. It could be said that it was happening all over the battlefield. Teams like the Heavenly Army appeared in all directions and rushed towards the fog barrier. Along the way, there were also fierce battles. As for Emperor Shun's gods, they were also in the form of teams, constantly killing the enemies. Some gods who had used up their Tao realm protection were unlucky. Corpses littered the ground, and rivers of blood flowed. Some people were in a frenzy and had long forgotten that their Tao realm protection had been used up. Some people tried to rush into the fog barrier after seeing it, but they overestimated themselves and died. The Tao Pagoda was constantly attracting them. Be careful. Not long after the procession had moved forward, the Heavenly Dao's commander suddenly shouted. Just as the voice fell, 10 suns appeared in front of them. These suns were incomparably huge, comparable to one of the 9 prefectures. One could even see the golden crow in the suns rolling over. Help me! The seemingly huge suns were extremely fast. When they rolled over, a god in the team was immediately injured. Someone wanted to help him, but in the end, he was implicated. Next, 2 people were taken away at the same time, and their Dao realm protection was used up. Vine God, Lord of Heaven, come back immediately after you leave. If you fall behind, we won't wait for you. The commander of the Heavenly Dao said to the fallen god at the same time. All right. The gods who were taken away by the Dao realm experts all nodded. Soon they would return. Everyone look. Someone pointed ahead and said. More than 10 gigantic mountains appeared in front of him. They were lying on the ground, emitting an oppressive aura that could crush one's soul. Taking a closer look, these weren't mountains but mountain-sized divine silkworms. These divine silkworms were golden in color and covered in armor. They didn't have eyes and were extremely mysterious. Heavens, someone actually brought the golden god coiling silkworm. When the Heavenly Law Chief saw this, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This is the divine beast that the gods used to attack cities during the war between the gods and the worlds during the Age of the Gods. I remember that back then, hundreds of millions of golden god-wrapping silkworms were mobilized to break through the world's will's first wave of attacks. There are more than 10 of them there. How are we going to face them? The sun from before must have been activated by them, right? Looking at that divine power, it should be as much as 400 million. The others spoke one after another. Some of the older and more knowledgeable gods had grave expressions on their faces at this moment. They knew that things were going to get troublesome. You guys fight. We won't go. At this moment, Tianyu suddenly said solemnly. Then, he led his men and fled in another direction. Tianyu, you actually dared to leave the team without permission. Have you forgotten the rules? Many people immediately cursed. Tianyu was too shameless to run away when he saw that the situation was not right. Ignore them. If they split up, the danger will be greater. The Heavenly Law Chief sneered. He had long been eager for Tianyu and the others to get lost. Moreover, there were only a few of them. If they encountered Emperor Shun and the other gods, they would definitely die. If we don't deal with those divine silkworms, we won't be able to pass at all. Then, the Heavenly Law Chief frowned and looked around. Unfortunately, there were battles all around. No matter where they went, they would have to face endless dangers. This meant that they could only attack from the front. Waterbird, Traceless, you two are the fastest. Charge over with me. These divine silkworms have powerful long-range attacks. I think we can defeat them after we get close. After pondering for a moment, the Heavenly Law Chief suggested. Charge over? I heard that the divine silkworms are surrounded by a shield of divine power. No divine power can break it unless it's divine power. However, our divine power is not focused on attacking. So even if we get close, we might not be able to break the divine silkworms. Yes, and it's not easy to charge over. Those suns were not slow and their divine power is strong. If we get hit, we will definitely die. Waterbird and Traceless frowned. Stop talking nonsense. It's more dangerous to stay here. Look, those suns are attacking again. The Heavenly Law Chief shouted angrily. Waterbird and Traceless finally nodded. You two stay here and resist those suns with all your strength. Also, attract the attention of the divine silkworms. The 3 of us will go and defeat them. The Heavenly Law Chief instructed. Then, he used his divine power and charged forward. The 3 of them were extremely fast. They used their divine power and directly teleported over. However, this battlefield had long been riddled with holes. The void was unstable, so they did not dare to maintain their teleportation for too long. Otherwise, they would be lost in the void. That would be even more dangerous, and they would not be able to return. Relying on this speed, they gradually approached those divine silkworms. However, when they got closer, they realized how terrifying those divine silkworms were. They were too huge, and their divine armor was awe-inspiring. It was as if the sky was going to crush them. "Be careful!" Suddenly, the Heavenly Law Chief roared. In front of them, several suns were rolling toward them. They were incomparably huge, and their divine power was rolling. "Escape!" Formless, Waterbird and Traceless hurriedly escaped into the void and disappeared. The Heavenly Law Chief did the same. The terrifying suns carried endless flames. They were like fireballs rolling across the ground. All the creatures they encountered on the way were all killed. That was close. After those attacks left, the Heavenly Law Chief and Traceless secretly rejoiced. However, at this moment, 3 suns in the sky smashed down fiercely like falling stars. They did not notice it. Instead, the gods in the large group in the distance discovered it. All of them were anxiously shouting. Unfortunately, at such a critical moment, it was too late for them to warn them. "Wait, something is wrong. Oh no, we have been discovered." In the end, the Heavenly Law Chief was the first to react. His pupils trembled violently, and he subconsciously raised his head. In the end, he saw incomparably terrifying blazing suns crashing down. Heavens, there is nowhere to run. Chapter 4795. "I'll do it." The Heavenly Law Commander gritted his teeth. After all, he was a mid-stage high god. He rushed up and used his divine ability in midair. His body grew bigger and bigger until he turned into a giant. On his body, countless divine soldiers and divine generals galloped out and attacked the suns. Rumble. The Heavenly Law Commander's strength was indeed not to be underestimated. He used his divine ability and blocked the attack of the 3 suns. However, he had turned into a giant and controlled divine soldiers, which made him a target. All the divine silkworms were staring at him and spitting out countless suns. Damn it! The Heavenly Law Commander knew that there was no way to retreat. He could only fight head-on. Heavenly Law World Massacre. His body grew bigger as he activated the god's stairs, causing more divine soldiers and divine generals to rush out. These divine soldiers and divine generals were all early-stage high gods and were extremely powerful. Rumble. The battle became more and more intense. The sun and moon lost their light and the Heavenly Law seemed to be collapsing. Even if it was in the Dao realm, such a battle was absolutely unprecedented. However, it was very ordinary here. Because in other directions of the battlefield, all kinds of fierce battles were even more intense. Even late-stage high gods were involved in the battle. "It's over, these suns haven't stopped." The Heavenly Law Commander kept resisting the attacks of the divine silkworms, but he found that the attacks of the divine silkworms would not stop at all unless the divine silkworms were destroyed. He couldn't help but look down at the ground, only to find that Xuaniao and the others were completely blocked when they were 1,000 miles away from the divine silkworms. Around the divine silkworms, the void seemed to have been cut. Countless powerful divine power intertwined, forming a silk thread that defended everything. Xuaniao and the others couldn't break that defense and could only be anxious. After all, they also knew that if this continued, the Heavenly Law Commander would be defeated. The Heavenly Law Commander only had one chance to be protected by the Tao realm. If he failed, he wouldn't be able to return. Sigh. The Heavenly Law Commander sighed softly, knowing that he had failed. Because he couldn't hold on for much longer. Heavenly Law Commander, immediately stop attacking and go to Xuaniao and the others. Suddenly, a voice came from his shoulder. The Heavenly Law Commander looked back and found that someone was already standing on his shoulder. It was Lin Ling. "Your Excellency Lin Ling." The Heavenly Dao Army was shocked. "Lin Ling, when did you come? Furthermore, how did he pass through the attacks of countless suns to reach his side? Let's talk about these things after we break the divine silkworm." Lin Ling seemed to be standing on the shoulders of a giant as he smiled at the Heavenly Dao's chief soldier. "You blocked the divine silkworm's attack for me?" The commander of the Heavenly Law asked again. Lin Ling smiled and nodded, causing the Heavenly Law soldier to suck in a breath of cold air. However, time was of the essence and he couldn't afford to think too much about it. "Alright, please." The Heavenly Dao Army began to shrink and float back to the ground. Then, he gritted his teeth and looked at the sky. He didn't know how Lin Ling was going to block the sun. Panga strike, shatter the earth. Lin Ling's voice drifted down from the sky. Then, his body grew larger, like a giant pangu. Rumble. Countless sun attacks came and drowned Lin Ling. The whole sky was dazzling. Your Excellency Lin Ling. The Heavenly Dao Army's chief soldier trembled and gritted his teeth. Although he didn't know why Lin Ling volunteered, he had a feeling that Lin Ling was going to die. That was because the previous sun had suppressed the endless power of divinity. Lin Ling was just a mid-level deity. How could he block it? Go. However, just as he was feeling regretful, a voice drifted over at the same time. Then, another voice drifted down from the sky. It was Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling's face was a little pale. After landing on the ground, he immediately ran forward. You didn't die? The Heavenly Dao Army's chief soldier was stunned. A mid-level deity actually blocked so many attacks from the power of divinity? One had to know that the power of divinity could kill an early-stage high-level deity. How could he know that Lin Ling's Panga strike was invincible? However, this heaven-defying ability had a time limit. Wait for me. Soon, Heavenly Dao's chief soldier couldn't be bothered to be surprised. He hurriedly chased after Lin Ling. Then he discovered that Lin Ling's speed was very fast. Although he didn't have the ability to teleport, in terms of speed, he wasn't any slower than teleportation. Moreover, wherever Lin Ling passed, there would be flaming footprints on the ground. So, he was relying on his speed to rush to the forefront of the battlefield. The Heavenly Dao Army finally came to a realization and immediately chased after Lin Ling. At this moment, the two gods, Waterbird and Bird, were watching Lin Ling rush over with the Heavenly Dao's army. They were so astonished that they were tongue-tied. My eyes weren't deceiving me earlier, right? This His Excellency Lin Ling seems to have invincible god force. You're not seeing things because I saw it too. They looked at each other and said in shock. Prepare to enter. At this moment, Lin Ling's voice came from afar. Go in? I can't go in. There is a god power cutting the universe. It is stopping us from entering. Waterbird said helplessly at once. They wanted to go in too, but they had to be able to. Prepare to enter. However, Lin Ling still said. This sentence also made the two gods even more confused. They really wanted to yell, can't you see that the front is full of crisscrossing threads of the power of divinity? They sighed and shook their heads, wanting to explain. However, Lin Ling had already struck down with his palm, and it slashed right between the two gods. It looked like an ordinary palm strike, but it carried an incomparably terrifying might. It actually split apart the endless threads of the power of divinity. It was as if a sword had cut apart endless spider webs. A path that led directly to the celestial silkworm also appeared in front of them. It was shocking. We can go in now? Is this what His Excellency Lin Ling meant when he said, prepare to enter? This guy, where did he get such powerful means? You must know that he is a mid-level deity. The two gods were dumbfounded. Then they broke out in cold sweat. Just now Lin Ling's palm strike had slashed down between them. If it had deviated by just a bit, it would have killed them. This guy is so King fierce. The two gods said with trembling mouths. This was the first time they had felt such fear towards a mid-level deity. Looking at the Heavenly Law Commander at the back, his eyes also widened and he gasped. Lin Ling's strength was simply unfathomable. However, Lin Ling did not pay attention to their shock. He followed the path that was cut open and rushed forward. Although the power of divinity around the celestial silkworm was incomparably terrifying, it unfortunately couldn't stop Lin Ling's Pangu attack. Therefore, Lin Ling volunteered to help. Unimpeded all the way, Lin Ling arrived in front of a golden celestial silkworm. Then he punched out. Rumble. The celestial silkworm seemed to have golden armor, but its defense was extremely weak. It was blown apart by Lin Ling's punch, and countless green liquids spilled out. The Heavenly Law Commander and the others also hurriedly attacked the dozen or so celestial silkworms. After a long time, the terrifying divine beasts blocking the path were finally broken through. Meanwhile, the gods behind all rushed over and rushed in the direction of the miasma. Chapter 4796. After breaking the celestial silkworm, the team continued forward. They encountered several waves of attacks along the way, but they were all stopped by the Heavenly Dao's military chief and the others. After a few gods died, they continued forward. The whole battlefield was endless, and there was killing everywhere. Heavenly towers suppressed, ghosts and gods floated, and chariots rolled. There were all kinds of attacking methods. Large numbers of gods died. Even with the protection of the Dao realm, they couldn't escape death. What a fierce battle! Lin Ling's fists kept blasting out, killing the gods blocking the way. He sighed again. This kind of battle was probably comparable to a battle of the world's will. We're almost there. At that moment, the Heavenly Dao's military chief's voice came. Looking up, he saw that the huge vortex was already in sight. It rumbled, and gods shot into the vortex from time to time. The scene was extremely spectacular. These gods had already helped kill a large number of enemies, so they were all qualified to enter. Moreover, there were people on the battlefield who specifically recorded the number of enemies killed to prevent others from fishing in troubled waters. Of course, although the miasma vortex looked very close, it was actually still very far away. With the Heavenly Dao's military chief's reminder, Lin Ling also saw the huge vortex and the huge fire mulberry tree towering into the clouds. Lin Ling, it's you? Suddenly, a voice came from the distant battlefield. A dozen gods were staring fiercely at Lin Ling. This also made Lin Ling look back and see a few familiar faces. They were the Laughing Buddha, Emperor Donghua, and one of the two patriarchs of the 3 provinces. It's really Lin Ling. That guy isn't dead yet? Seeing Lin Ling look over, Emperor Donghua and the others were shocked. This was because Lin Ling had disappeared for more than 300 years since they parted in Firmament City. Rumor had it that Lin Ling was already dead. After all, they had all heard that the people in the Lei Gong Hall, where Lin Ling was, were quite famous in the Dao realm and had even entered the Dao Tower. Lin Ling, on the other hand, had disappeared without a trace. This guy is probably hiding somewhere. Imperial Monarch Donghua and the others were staring at Lin Ling because they had a deep enmity with Lin Ling, and they'd always wanted to take revenge on Lin Ling. Last time, when Emperor Shun and Emperor Yao chased after Lin Ling lost all 3 chances of being protected by the Dao realm. If they kill him again, this brat will definitely die. Donghua Imperial Lord said coldly. In High Firmament City, Lin Ling had killed him and forced him to return to his hometown. He had always kept this grudge in his heart. This is Lin Ling? However, Lin Ling is following a team, and that team has quite a few high god experts. Among them, an old man frowned and said, he was Patriarch Tianba from one of the 3 provinces and was also the strongest patriarch. The moment he said that, everyone's gazes landed on Heavenly Dao's chief soldier and the rest. They gritted their teeth. There were too many experts. They couldn't kill Lin Ling. Damn it, I can only watch Lin Ling leave. After this separation, I don't know when I'll be able to see Lin Ling again. What a lucky Lin Ling. Last time, he broke our 1,000-year agreement. Now that we can't kill him when we see him, I'm so angry. Imperial Monarch Donghua and the Laughing Buddha cursed angrily. Lin Ling, we've taken good care of your people in Lei Gong's main hall. For the past few hundred years, we've killed everyone we saw. But you, the coward leader, can only hide somewhere and don't dare to come out. What a trashy leader, even more trashy than your subordinates. Imperial Monarch Donghua pondered for a moment, then laughed and cursed. Since they couldn't kill Lin Ling, they had to ruthlessly trample on Lin Ling. In his opinion, Lin Ling had been hiding all this time. His strength definitely couldn't compare to the others in Lei Gong's main hall. There was nothing to fear. That's right. Last time, I saw Treasure God Nanhua Fengyu and Pure Lady Bai. I killed them all. If it wasn't for someone helping at the critical moment, they would have died. But now, even if they're not dead, they're still heavily injured. Ha! The Laughing Buddha was also smiling. They chatted as they walked towards the other side of the battlefield. Sir Lin Ling, are they your enemies? In the distance, Heavenly Dao's chief soldier also saw the group. He shook his head and said, ignore them. Entering the miasma is more important now. Lin Ling looked at the group indifferently and didn't say anything. Instead, with a thought, several ghost jellyfish moved along the ground and disappeared into the distance. Let's go. Then, Lin Ling looked at Heavenly Dao's chief soldier and said. The group continued forward. Not long after, they finally passed through the fire mulberry tree. When they reached the fire mulberry tree, everyone let out a sigh of relief. They looked around and saw that under the tree, a large number of gods were resting. They were also in teams that came from various battlefields. Heavenly Dao's chief soldier, you've killed 5 waves of enemies. Your team can enter the miasma. The fire mulberry tree swayed and countless flames spread out into the battlefield. At the same time, an old voice floated over. Thank you. Heavenly Dao's chief soldier was immediately overjoyed. The people in the team also looked as if they were relieved of a heavy burden and revealed excited smiles. Looking at the surrounding teams, they all revealed envious smiles. After killing 5 waves of enemies, they naturally knew what it meant. And in their teams, some people had already completed their mission. Some people hadn't. They still needed to go out and fight. After completing their mission, they could enter the miasma. We're here. At this moment, a loud laugh sounded. Then, a few figures ran towards Heavenly Dao's chief soldier. Upon closer inspection, it was actually Tian Yu and the others. These people actually didn't die? Staring at the newcomers, Heavenly Dao's chief soldier and the others were secretly shocked. Tian Yu and the others only had 6 people. 6 people could pass through this cruel battlefield? Heavenly Dao's chief soldier, I just heard that you can enter the miasma. Just nice, we're also part of your team, so we want to go together. After Tian Yu arrived, he immediately said excitedly, You abandoned us before and now you're joining our team. Aren't you too shameless? A god said unhappily. Previously, they were united and killed all the enemies in their way. Tian Yu and the others didn't help at all. Even when they encountered the celestial silkworm, they were the first to escape. What do you mean by abandoned you? We were also killing enemies before, but we were on the other side. Heavenly Dao's chief soldier, are you trying to burn the bridge after crossing the river? Hearing this, Tian Yu frowned and said unhappily. Heavenly Dao's chief soldier's expression was abnormally ugly. From the bottom of his heart, he naturally didn't want to bring these people along. However, he didn't dare to guarantee that Tian Yu and the others didn't kill enemies before. If Tian Yu and the others also killed a lot of enemies, they would be violating the team's rules. Alright, I hope you won't leave the team at will this time. Heavenly Dao's chief soldier finally made a decision. However, this decision also made the other gods very unhappy, but there was nothing they could do. Chapter 4797. Lin Ling also looked at them indifferently. He suddenly had a feeling that the reason Tian Yu and the others were able to arrive here safely was probably because they had defected to the enemy. When they met the Emperor Shun's people, they immediately defected to the enemy. When they met the Yellow Emperor's people, they said that they were his friends. This method was indeed the safest, but it was also the most shameful. It also violated the unwritten rules among the gods. In fact, all the gods knew about this unwritten rule, and they would not violate this principle. This also caused the Heavenly Law Commander and the rest to not think in this direction. Otherwise, they would have kicked Tian Yu and the rest out of the team. If the surrounding gods knew about it, it was possible that they would attack Tian Yu and the rest. After all, they were fighting with their lives on the line, but these people were fence-sitters. How could they face the dead gods? Shaking his head, Lin Ling did not intend to pay attention to them because he had his own things to do. Heavenly Law Commander, now that everyone has arrived safely, I want to leave the team. Lin Ling looked at the Heavenly Law Commander and said, Why are you leaving the team? It was not easy to get here and you want to go on alone? The Heavenly Law Commander frowned. After thinking for a while, he immediately guessed, Are you going to kill those people from before? Lin Ling nodded. They are my old rivals. Now that I have finally met them, I can't let them live. Moreover, they attacked my people when I was not around. I must avenge them. Your Excellency Lin Ling, don't be fooled. They are deliberately provoking you. The Heavenly Law Commander advised. Those people had already left. If Lin Ling went after them, wouldn't he have to return to the battlefield? In that case, Lin Ling would undoubtedly be in danger. After all, the battlefield was constantly changing. Even late-stage high gods could fall. Before entering the Dao Tower, I want to settle the grudges that should be settled. Lin Ling was still firm in his choice. However, he also knew that the Heavenly Law Commander was truly concerned about him. How about this, we will accompany you? The Heavenly Law Commander suggested. No need. It was not easy for you to get here. You can enter the miasma. I can solve my own problems. Lin Ling shook his head and refused. How can that be? If it were not for your help, our team would have died on the battlefield. Now that you are in trouble, everyone will definitely help you. The Heavenly Law Commander advised again, but he also glanced at the others. Although they also wanted to help, they were obviously hesitant to return to the battlefield. Heavenly Law Commander, you can enter the miasma. I can solve this problem myself. Lin Ling also saw everyone's hesitation. He smiled and strode away. Looking at Lin Ling's departure, the Heavenly Law Commander could not help but sigh softly. Then he made a decision. Everyone has seen how much effort His Excellency Lin Ling has put in for the team to get here. Now, we can't follow him back to the battlefield, so we will wait for him here. What do you think? Hearing the Heavenly Law Commander's suggestion, Tianyu was stunned. Then he let out a strange cry. Heavenly Law Commander, are you crazy? If he wants to die, just let him. Why should we wait for him? Unfortunately, the Heavenly Law Commander did not even look at Tianyu, as if Tianyu was not qualified to speak. I agree with this suggestion. At this time, the god called Waterbird nodded. The other gods also nodded one after another. Since they could not help Lin Ling, they would wait for Lin Ling here. At least they did not abandon Lin Ling. You are all crazy. Don't think that this place is safe. It can be breached at any time. When that time comes, everyone will die. Seeing that everyone had agreed, Tianyu trembled with anger. However, he did not dare to move forward alone. First, entering the miasma alone was very dangerous. Second, entering the miasma required the Heavenly Law Commander's help. After all, the Heavenly Law Commander was the leader of the team. If you are so afraid of death, you can enter the miasma yourself. No one will stop you. Seeing Tianyu croak, one of the gods said disdainfully, You will regret it. Tianyu shook his head and ignored the crowd after saying that. Meanwhile, after Lin Ling left the fire mulberry tree, he went at full speed. Then, he sensed the evil spirit jellyfish and finally found the whereabouts of Emperor Donghua and the others. Emperor Donghua, laughing Buddha, it's time to settle the grudge between us. Moreover, Emperor Donghua's Dao realm protection should have been used up, right? Lin Ling stepped on flames and rushed over the battlefield. If he encountered gods along the way, he would take a detour if they were very strong. If he encountered gods weaker than him, he would kill them directly. Not long after, Emperor Donghua and the others were getting closer and closer. Damn it, this Lin Ling is actually not dead. Wasn't the rumor that Lin Ling was killed by Emperor Shun? It's just a rumor. I guess that he was not dead because Xingyi is not dead either. Emperor Yao has long had his eyes on his Donghuang bell, but because of the Yellow Emperor he still has not obtained it. After we enter the Dao Pagoda, we must kill the people in Lei Gong's hall. Emperor Donghua and the others talked as they walked. Their expressions were extremely ferocious. There were a total of 15 of them, with 2 early-stage high gods in the team. It was considered a small team. However, they did not stop the Yellow Emperor's gods, so they did not encounter any danger for the time being. Boom. However, just as they were talking, one of the gods was suddenly taken away by the Dao realm light. This person was one of the gods of the 1,000-year promise. Not good. Lin Ling is here. After being killed by a punch, this god immediately cursed at the ground. Boom. Just as he finished speaking, another deity was killed. He was also taken away by the protection of the Dao realm. Boom, boom, boom. More and more gods appeared, and 10 of the 15 were taken away. Lin Ling is here? Emperor Donghua was stunned and then flew into a rage. Lin Ling? Is he crazy? Beside him, The laughing Buddha was also shocked, but soon, a large hand suddenly grabbed him and landed on his head. With a boom, the Tao realm protection appeared and took him away. It was Lin Ling. Lin Ling, I'm going to tear you to pieces. The laughing Buddha, who was taken away by the Tao realm protection, could no longer laugh. It was as if he had become an angry Buddha. I'll wait for you to come back. Lin Ling waved at him and appeared with a smile on his face. He could sense that the protection of these gods' Tao realm cultivators was running out, so Lin Ling attacked them first. As long as they left and rushed back, they would be dead for sure. Wait for me. Sure enough, these gods were all furious after being killed by a sneak attack. After leaving the Tao realm, they returned. Lin Ling. At the same time, the strongest, Patriarch Tianba, stared coldly at Lin Ling. Chapter 4798. Brother Tianba, he's Lin Ling. Today, we must kill him, because he no longer has the protection of the Tao realm. Patriarch Lei Tai and Patriarch Fo Jian stared coldly at Lin Ling. Their expressions suddenly turned somewhat agitated. They hadn't expected Lin Ling to chase after them. Wasn't he courting death? Lin Ling, you've disappeared for more than 300 years. I finally see you again, but I'm curious. Why are you chasing after us? Patriarch Lei Tai laughed savagely. Lin Ling shrugged, his expression calm. He didn't speak, because he was waiting for the remaining gods to return. Come back quickly, Lin Ling has been surrounded. At the same time, some of the returning gods were informing the other gods to return as well. Rays of light appeared one after another, and in the end, all the gods who had been killed returned. Are you thinking that I've already used up 3 chances of being protected by the Tao realm? This time, I won't be able to escape. Seeing that everyone had returned, Lin Ling finally spoke with a smile. Then, without waiting for them to speak, he said leisurely, First, who said I only have 3 chances of being protected by the Tao realm? I'm sorry, but I have 4. This means that even if you kill me, I won't die. What? 4 times? That's impossible. Aren't only the gods in the Tao Tower the only ones with 4 chances? Everyone was shocked. They naturally knew that there were 4 chances of being protected by the Tao realm, but they didn't expect that it would appear on Lin Ling. They didn't know that when they saved Xiaoluan on the Divine Mountain, Lin Ling and Saint Gei had entered the miasma and received a reward each. After that, he was killed 3 times on the Divine Mountain, and still had 1 chance of being protected by the Tao realm. Second, even if I have 1 chance of being protected by the Tao realm, can you kill me? On the contrary, I've been waiting for you to return, so I can catch you all in one fell swoop. Lin Ling said again. Dream on. If you hadn't ambushed us, you think you. The laughing Buddha said sinisterly. He wanted to catch them all in one fell swoop? However, before he could finish, Lin Ling disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of him, punching out. Boom. The laughing Buddha's body exploded, and his boundless divine energy dissipated. He was killed by a single punch. The laughing Buddha was already at the pinnacle of a mid-level deity, and he was only 1 step away from becoming a high-level deity. In his opinion, in these 300 years, his strength had increased greatly, and he had long been able to kill Lin Ling. But who would have thought that he would be killed by a single punch from Lin Ling? And this time, he couldn't resurrect at all. Laughing Buddha. The other gods shuddered at the same time. He was too fast. He killed a medium deity with a single punch? It's your turn. A cold voice suddenly sounded in their ears. Then, another explosion sounded. Another god was killed. Just like before, it was a clean and neat punch. Boom. Following that, more and more gods perished. It was still a single punch. No one could see through the power of this punch, nor did they know if it was the power of the physical body or the power of divinity. However, everyone sensed that Lin Ling's strength had increased by more than 3 times compared to back then. Back in Firmament City, although Lin Ling defeated me, it took him a lot of effort. But now, he only needs 1 punch. Emperor Dong Hua stood there in a daze. He recalled the trip to the abyss back then. At that time, Lin Ling was like a junior, like an ant. But now, he was looking down on him from high above. Boom. Just as he was in disbelief, Another explosion sounded. The patriarch of the Buddhist realm was also killed by a single punch. Blood splattered all over his face. Emperor Donghua trembled, not daring to move. He was a mighty emperor of the Age of Gods, but now he was scared out of his wits. The patriarch of the Buddhist realm. At this moment, Patriarch Tianba and Patriarch Lei Tai's eyes were bloodshot. The three patriarchs had been friends for tens of millions of years. After reincarnating, they were as close as real brothers. But now, the patriarch of the Buddhist realm had died before their eyes. Moreover, he would never be resurrected. Little bastard, I will cut you into 1,000 pieces and never let you be reincarnated. Patriarch Lei Tai roared into the sky as the power of thunder erupted from his body. Are the patriarchs of the three provinces all people who like to boast? Lin Ling's figure appeared and laughed mockingly. Then he disappeared again. Boom. Patriarch Lei Tai had just unleashed his strength, but before he could make a move, a punch arrived and blasted him into pieces. He wanted to kill Lin Ling so that he would never be reincarnated, but in the end, he would never be reincarnated. Lei Tai. Patriarch Tianba's body trembled as he roared again. At first, he thought that Lin Ling was just a junior who could be killed at will. But now, he knew how terrifying Lin Ling's strength was. In front of me, a high god, you can only die forever. Patriarch Tianba seemed to have gone crazy. He raised his hands to the sky and laughed. 2 of his brothers had died before his eyes. How could he calm down now? You're just an early-stage high god. Do you think you're awesome? Lin Ling looked at Patriarch Tianba indifferently. The blue and white robe on his body quietly changed into a gray robe. Facing a high god, he obviously had to use a portion of his strength. Patriarch Tianba is going to make a move. He's finally making a move. Looking at Emperor Donghua again, there were only 2 people by his side. The rest had all been killed. However, not only was Emperor Donghua not afraid, but he was also excited. Patriarch Tianba was an early-stage high god. How could Lin Ling fight? Lin Ling, last time at Lingxiao Hall, you were helpless against a high god. Let me tell you, Patriarch Tianba is also an early-stage high god. Let me see how you're going to kill him. Emperor Donghua roared. He was so agitated that his entire body was trembling. However, just as he finished speaking, Patriarch Tianba's body trembled. A fist came from his back and reached his chest. Divine blood kept spurting out. Patriarch Tianba also lowered his head and looked at his chest in disbelief. A punch? Another punch. One had to know that he had an 8th-grade mid-god divine embryo and the strength of an early-stage high god. His power of divinity had reached 100 million. Boom. As soon as this thought came to his mind, Patriarch Tianba's body exploded. The patriarchs of the 3 provinces were all dead. Emperor Donghua was dumbfounded. The 2 gods beside him were also dumbfounded. One of them was even a high god, but now he was also dumbfounded. The strongest among them, Patriarch Tianba, was also dead. One had to know that he was a high god, and Lin Ling was only an intermediate god. To be honest, I've killed many high gods 300 years ago. Lin Ling walked toward Emperor Donghua and the others with an extremely calm expression. How did your strength increase so much? Emperor Donghua's face was pale as he spoke nervously. However, what greeted him was a punch. Following that, 2 more explosions rang out. The 2 gods beside Emperor Donghua had also perished. Chapter 4799. At this moment, Lin Ling shot towards the fire mulberry tree at full speed, avoiding some powerful enemies with all his might. Fortunately, the place where he had met Emperor Donghua and the others was not far from the fire mulberry tree. Therefore, after spending some effort, Lin Ling finally returned safely. However, at this moment, under a huge fire mulberry tree, Tian Yu and the Heavenly Dao Commander were arguing fiercely. You don't have to say any more. If this place is breached, at worst, we won't go through the fog barrier. In any case, if Lin Ling doesn't come back, we won't leave. Heavenly Dao Commander, that idiot is already dead. If you don't leave, you'll cause all of us to die. Seeing the 2 quarreling, the surrounding gods were silent. In fact, They were also very afraid that this place would be breached, but when they thought of Lin Ling, they decided to wait here for his return. "You're the idiot!" At this moment, a cold voice finally sounded. Lin Ling was walking over from afar. "Lin Ling, you're back." Everyone looked at Lin Ling and could not help but laugh. "Ah, Your Excellency Lin Ling, you actually returned from the cruel battlefield. You're really something." The Heavenly Dao commander abandoned Tianyu and ran towards Lin Ling, incomparably happy. "This idiot actually called me an idiot before?" Tianyu and the others looked coldly at Lin Ling. If not for the Heavenly Dao commander and the others, Tianyu and the other gods would have killed Lin Ling long ago. It's good that the idiot is back. Entering the fog barrier is more important. After entering the Dao Pagoda, if we have the chance to meet him, we'll deal with him in passing. Beside him, an old man whispered to Tianyu, causing Tianyu to glare at Lin Ling angrily. In the end, he dropped the matter. Since Lin Ling is back, everyone, enter the fog barrier. At this moment, the Heavenly Dao commander walked back with Lin Ling. The people in the team also looked at Lin Ling happily. They all knew very well that to return from the cruel battlefield required superhuman luck and strength. They knew that Lin Ling's strength was very strong, but now they knew that this kind of strength was beyond their imagination. "You're Lin Ling, right?" Seeing the group preparing to walk through the fog barrier, Tianyu also sneered at Lin Ling. His smile was filled with threat, as if he was saying, "You'd better be tactful. Otherwise, once we pass through the fog barrier, you'll be in for a treat." Lin Ling glanced at Tianyu and shook his head. A hint of coldness appeared in his eyes. However, the Heavenly Law's chief soldier was present, and the fog barrier was right in front of his eyes, so he couldn't be bothered to cause trouble. After all, if he were to attack Tianyu here, the people guarding this place would think that Emperor Shun's people had attacked here, which would cause a lot of trouble. Fog barrier. Lin Ling looked at the fog barrier and knew that Yu and the others were on the other side. He knew very well that it would not be easy to pass through this miasma. With the strength of Yu and the others, it would be very, very difficult. However, the Dao Pagoda's fog barrier had another advantage, and that was that it could be entered in groups. Therefore, if Yu and the others were with the Yellow Emperor and the others, they would definitely be able to enter. Thinking of this, Lin Ling couldn't help but look at the Heavenly Law's chief soldier and the others, assessing whether this group could enter the fog barrier. While Lin Ling was staring at the fog barrier, Tianyu snorted in disdain. Previously he had shouted Lin Ling's name, but Lin Ling didn't even dare to fart. He didn't even dare to look at him. How useless! He hadn't advanced with the large group before, so he didn't know Lin Ling's strength. Therefore, he thought that Lin Ling was afraid of him and didn't even have the guts to look at him. Then, the large group entered the fog barrier in a grandiose manner. This place was gray and was exactly the same as the fog barrier of the Dao realm. The difference was that there was a path ahead that pointed into the distance. This was different from Lin Ling walking through the fog barrier. There was no path in the fog barrier. One could only burn their soul lamps and not get lost. I wonder how many layers there are in this fog barrier? Looking at how Emperor Shun and the others are fighting with all their might, this fog barrier shouldn't be too difficult. After all, if there were 9 layers of fog barrier, Emperor Shun and the others wouldn't be at ease here. That's true. After entering the fog barrier, everyone was looking forward to it. At the same time, the first wave of calamity arrived. Suddenly, a long golden river appeared in front of them. Then, a large number of jade bottles floated out of the river. After absorbing the river water surged toward Lin Ling. It's the great Dao bottles. Everyone be careful. Use your divine power to resist them. The Heavenly Law's chief soldier shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, all the gods urged their divine power to attack the great Dao bottles. Lin Ling also urged his fists. Each punch could blast out 60 million units of divine power and 60 million worlds power. This was the power of his fusion talent. If he fused it, he could reach 200 million units of divine power. This was 100 million units of divine power and 100 million worlds power. Before Lin Ling opened his 8th Dantian, his power was 8,000 units. Now it was 200 million units. This was the power of his eighth Danton. Rumble. Rumbles continued as a large number of jade bottles were blasted away. However, one person in the team was also sucked into a jade bottle and disappeared. The golden liquid that gushed out of the jade bottles had an extremely terrifying suction force. Even an early-stage high god wouldn't be able to resist the suction force. The team was able to successfully cross the river because of the strength of everyone's unity. There's an empty Great Dao bottle here. After the team crossed the Golden River, the waterbird god was delighted. He waved his right hand and a jade bottle flew over. That's a great treasure, right? It's at least a primal chaos sacred artifact. Everyone was envious. Throw it away immediately. This bottle can absorb divine blood. If you carry it with you, it will attract the divine blood river. Suddenly, a voice interrupted everyone's excitement. The Heavenly Law's commander said solemnly, "If it were any other time, it wouldn't matter if this treasure belonged to you. However, in the miasma, a small detail could kill everyone." "Is that so? Then I can only throw it away." The waterbird god sighed softly and threw the jade bottle away reluctantly. This treasure was indeed extraordinary, but if it implicated the entire team, he would obviously feel bad about it. "Idiot, the Heavenly Path's chief soldier is just fooling you. Did you really believe him?" After the team continued forward, Tianyu snorted disdainfully. If the Heavenly Path's chief soldier got his hands on this Great Dao bottle, he probably wouldn't say that. He would keep it. The old man next to him laughed as if he had seen through the Heavenly Path's chief soldier. "Let's go." Tianyu looked at the Great Dao bottle that had disappeared behind him and followed the team forward. After a long time, they arrived at the second level. The second level was very quiet. After the team had walked for a while, countless meteors appeared in front of them and rained down madly. The power of these meteors could also kill early-stage high gods and even mid-stage high gods. Everyone charged through with all your might. The Heavenly Path's chief soldier's expression changed as he sensed tremendous pressure.